Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome back to day 3 of the inquiry into the Section 36 application for the Sanctuary wind farm. For anybody joining us for the first time, my name is Christopher Warren. I'm a reporter from the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, the DPEA, and I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to conduct this inquiry. So we're currently at around the midpoint, or certainly approaching the midpoint of inquiry session 1, which is focused on aviation radar and systems. Yesterday, we concluded hearing the evidence from the applicant's witnesses on this matter. So we'll start today by hearing evidence from Glasgow Prestwick Airport's first witness. So as in previous days, this session's being live streamed. That's on the DPEA webcast site, and a recording of each day's proceedings will also be available to be viewed there. Can I check, can you all hear me clearly this morning?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no problems. Good.
Yes.
That's
Thank you.
That's progress. Does anybody have any questions before we move on, or any matters arising?
Sir, if I may, on the matters arising, indicate that I spoke to Mr. Hardy last night about the order of witnesses, and I wish to make a slight change to the order, sir.
Okay.
So that Miss Kilpatrick will give evidence last in the order. So the order will be Mr. Thompson, who's with us this morning,
Yes.
then Mr. Smith, then
Yes.
Mr. Kirtland, Mr. Fido, and then Miss Kilpatrick.
That's absolutely fine. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. And in terms of timing, sir, Mr. Hardy and I had a conversation about that. The aim for today would be to finish Mr. Thompson and Mr. Smith, and
Okay.
perhaps we would get as far as Mr. Kirtland giving evidence in chief.
Okay.
And that would mean that Mr. Fido would give evidence tomorrow at some point. And it may be that we would be able to at least start Miss Kilpatrick's evidence in chief with a view to finishing on Friday in accordance with the programme for this week.
That's helpful.
So with that in mind, sir, and without usurping your role in any way, my intention would be to ask Mr. Fido to stand down for today, given that we don't expect to get some today, but I'm sure he's available for tomorrow with Miss Kilpatrick on standby for tomorrow as well.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Yes, I'm happy with what you proposed there. I'm content with the progress that we're making. We're certainly on schedule, and I've got no concerns that we're going to run beyond Friday. So on that basis, that sounds like an eminently sensible proposal. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hardy, have you got any comments at all? Are you happy?
Yes, no, that's as per the discussions. I think I was slightly more conservative about progress today. So that position that's just been passed on to you, I think, is the aligns with what I thought. I think the GPA thought we might get through 3 witnesses today, but I thought that was too ambitious. So I have to say too, a lot depends on the allocation of subject matter between the witnesses, because there are, I'm not going to repeat matters. So once I put it to one witness, so I suspect that one witness will get more questioning than others. It's not clear to me from the given the overlap in the recognition between the GPA witnesses, which is really quite substantial, who is going to deal with what. But I think it is a fair reflection to say that we will get through the 2 witnesses, Mr. Thompson and Mr. Smith, today.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, are there any other questions or any other matters anybody would like to raise before we proceed this morning? No. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Brown. If you can call your first witness, please, when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My first witness is Mr. Stephen Thompson from the airport. Mr. Thompson is on screen here with us. Mr. Thompson, could I ask you please to have before you your recognition?
Good morning, Mr. Brown. Good morning.
Morning.
I have my recognition in front of me.
Thank you. Now, you've prepared the recognition in connection with the inquiry, and I'm about to ask you to read your recognition, but can I confirm with you that you also prepared a report for the inquiry?
I did, Mr. Brown.
Yes, and that report is CD reference number 1902, 19-02. So having introduced you, Mr. Thompson, could I ask you please to read your recognition?
My name is Stephen Thompson. I am the manager of Air Traffic Services, brackets MATS, at Glasgow Prestwick Airport, the airport. Heading Regulatory Framework. The airport operates in a highly regulated environment. The applicable regulations include provisions which require the airport 2.1 to ensure its communications, surveillance and navigation, bracket CNS, equipment is maintained in line with the manufacturer's prescribed servicing intervals and provides a safe and efficient airspace in the environment around the airport. 2.2, when installing CNS, including radar system, to carry out pre-operational testing or trials before it enters service and to prepare and thereafter maintain a safety case for that equipment. And subparagraph 3, to adopt a safety conservative approach when considering any development in the vicinity of the airport that could have an adverse safety impact on the air traffic service, ATS, which it provides. Paragraph 3, any changes to the built environment after any CNS equipment is put into operational service, for example, large buildings or wind farms, triggers a requirement that further technical and operational safeguarding assessments are undertaken to ensure such environmental changes have no impact on the operational performance of the CNS equipment, including the radar installed at the airport. At paragraph 4.1.4 of his report, brackets APP 2.20, Mr. Parkinson says that officially safeguarded aerodromes should be provided with an opportunity to comment on any proposed wind turbine development within 30 kilometres, brackets 16 nautical miles, from the aerodrome reference point, brackets ARP. In fact, under CAP 764, which is core document 13.2, at paragraph 4.2.1, the distance in which the airport should safeguard can be far greater than the minimum 30 kilometres, brackets 16 nautical miles, depending upon a number of factors, including the type and coverage of the radar and the particular operation of the aerodrome. Next heading is adverse impact of wind farms on aviation. Wind farms have an adverse effect on the airspace above and around them. They can also produce clutter on the airport's radar displays. Next heading is impact on airspace. As Mr. Fido will explain, wind farms have a degradative effect on the airspace above and around the vicinity of the development. They can also have an adverse effect on the airport's instrument landing system, brackets ILS, instrument flight procedures, brackets IFPs, and its aeronautical VHF radio station infrastructure, its equipment. Next heading on page 3 is clutter on radar displays. One of the more common adverse effects is that turbines which are in radar line of sight, brackets RLOS, of the airport's primary radar can create clutter on the operational radar controller's displays. Such clutter, brackets, which is distinctive from landscape and visual clutter, without mitigation, compromises the safety of the airspace and above and around the wind farm. Next heading is the airport's decision to install a wind farm radar mitigation system, brackets WFRMS. Given the number of existing and proposed wind farms, within the vicinity of the aerodrome, the airport decided to procure a WF-RMS. Its purpose is to mitigate the clutter on the airport's radar displays, thereby allowing the continued safe provision of an air traffic service while facilitating the commendable push of the UK and Scottish Government for renewable energy projects to be realised. When going through the tender process, it became apparent that there was no silver bullet which provided a complete solution to the problem of wind farm clutter on the airport's radar controllers' displays. Although it is anticipated that it should be possible post-safeguarding assessment and radar optimization to mitigate the unwanted returns which wind farms and indeed the proposal will produce on the airport's radar display, it will not eradicate all of those adverse effects. The residual effects on the airspace will remain. Next heading is the airport's consideration of wind farm proposals. As the MATS, I am responsible for ensuring that all wind farm planning applications undergo an impact assessment to determine if they have any adverse impact on the airport's infrastructure. Safeguarding assessment checklist log number 1108, for document 19.24, summarises the safeguarding assessments undertaken for the proposed Sanker 2 wind farm to date. Next heading is the airport safeguarding assessment process. The wind farm safeguarding assessment flowchart, core document 19.25, demonstrates the full safeguarding assessment process that the airport goes through to generate quantitative evidence when making the decision on whether to object to a wind farm planning application on aviation safety grounds. The process is iterative. The associated safeguarding assessment checklist, for document 19.24, captures the key assessments and decisions made while considering the planning application and remains open and active through the whole period of the consultation with the airport. The airport considers its wind farm safeguarding assessment process to be fair, proportionate, and a risk-conservative approach to ensure that it meets its regulatory obligations of verifying that the airspace remains safe. Next heading is ATC Operational Impact Assessment. The airport, having followed its safeguarding assessment, has determined that there is a requirement to mitigate the proposal. It will therefore be necessary to follow the mitigation process outlined from step 14 of the airport's wind farm safeguarding assessment process flowchart, which is core document 19.25, in a collaborative effort with the applicant to address the aviation objections to the proposal. I agree with what Mr. Parkinson says at paragraph 5.4.5 of his report, which is APP 2.20, that if any new wind farm is constructed post the WF-RMS entering operational service, that flight trials and radar optimization above the new wind farm require to be undertaken to ensure the radar meets the probability of detection, brackets PD, performance acceptable to the airport in the airspace above and around the new wind farm. Furthermore, the WF-RMS safety case, which is a living document, will require to be updated to capture the changes associated with adding this new wind farm into the operational coverage volume of the radar. Contrary to Mr. Parkinson's comments at paragraph 8.11 of his report, the airport is not seeking to assign the commercial risk to the developer. Our argument here is that there is a consequence for the airport as a result of the wind farm being in the vicinity of the aerodrome. For the airport to be comfortable about removing its aviation objections to wind farms, it needs a mechanism contained within the terms of the mitigation agreement to continue to invest in the WFRMS to ensure it remains fit for purpose, with the burden created by the developers who will benefit commercially from the construction and operation of the wind farms. This is not an unreasonable position to take to provide surety to the airport so that it has a mechanism to continue to provide a safe ATS and grow its own business and not be curtailed by another business who will enjoy the commercial upside as a consequence of the airport removing its aviation objection. The next heading is Instrument Landing System, brackets ILS impact. The airport notes Mr. Parkinson's conclusion at paragraph 10.4 of his report, APP 2.20, that it is unlikely the proposal will have an adverse impact on the ILS. However, as Mr. Parkinson acknowledges, any impact will only be fully established post-wind farm construction. Having regard to the regulatory requirement to ensure that components of the airport's CNS remain safe after any changes in the built environment, the airport requires to carry out flight trials pre and post wind farm construction to establish whether there has been any adverse impact. I note Mr. Parkinson's comment on paragraph 9.2 and 9.5 of his report. However, why should the airport restrict its operational range of its runway 30 ILS localizer to less than its current 25 nautical mile range to 18 nautical miles to allow the proposal to be built? Page 5, heading Instrument Flight Procedures, brackets IFP impact. The airport's IFP designer has recommended that an IFP assessment study will be required to confirm or otherwise any of the proposed turbines of the development infringe the airport's published IFPs. The applicant has agreed that the IFP assessment should be undertaken, and it is hoped the results of such an assessment will be available before the inquiry begins. Next heading is Aeronautical VHF radio station infrastructure impact. This airport has also received a recommendation from its aviation consultant that due to the size of the turbines proposed, a detailed assessment in line with CAP 670 General 2 Appendix A, Method 2, which is Core Document 13.1, is conducted. If there is found to be an adverse impact on the airport's VHF aeronautical radio station infrastructure, then mitigation will be required. Next heading is ongoing requirement for mitigation. The airport will have to ensure that mitigation of the adverse effects caused by the proposal remain effective for its lifetime. This will also mean replacing the component parts of the WFRMS when they reach the end of their operational lifespan. The WFRMS is only required because of the wind farms. Next heading is aggregative adverse impact faced by the airport. The airport cannot treat wind farms on an individual basis when safeguard assessing them. It must take cognizance of both existing constructed wind farms in the vicinity of the proposed development and other developments that are at various stages in the planning cycle due to the aggregative impact they have. The aggregative impact maps core documents 19.32 to CD 19.61, in particular CD 19.49 and CD 19.50, and the interactive map CD 19.31, show the aggregate impact and proliferation of wind farms in the vicinity of the aerodrome. If all these wind farms became operational without the airport having the ability to mitigate the clutter from the rotating turbines, the safety of the airspace would be severely compromised, thereby rendering it potentially unusable to ATC. Although the WFRMS, brackets after appropriate confirmatory assessments and optimization, should be capable of mitigating the clutter on the radar screens, residual effects will remain. Mr. Fido will explain that with such intense wind farm development in the vicinity of the airport, particularly to the southeast of the airport, the WFRMS will have to be adapted and upgraded to provide continuing mitigation. These concerns arise from the following. Bracket number 1, there is a risk that as the number of operational wind farms in the vicinity of the airport increases, TERMA will not be able to provide the required level of mitigation, resulting in the need to add additional technology, brackets, e.g. additional radar sensors, via the MRT unit of the WFRMS. Subsection 2, the low-level surveillance coverage in and around the airport from the Lowther Hill SSR feed will be impacted. If that happens, the airport may have to invest in its own wide area multilateration, brackets WAM, SSR infrastructure to guarantee the existing secondary surveillance coverage it currently enjoys. Finally, page 6. The airport's table of content, table of costs and risks, brackets core document 19.76, articulates the anticipated costs and risks burden that the airport will require to address in the coming years to coexist with wind farms. Heading net zero and government policy in relation to the cost of mitigation. The airport is acutely aware of the net zero climate goals set by both the UK and Scottish governments. The airport is supportive of government policy on climate change and has worked hard with developers to find solutions to aviation objections to wind farms which are visible to the airport's PSR. However, the issue which arises in this inquiry is who should bear the ongoing costs of mitigation. It is the policy of the UK government that the cost of mitigation should be borne by the wind farm developers who stand to benefit commercially. My report, CD 19.02, refers to the initiatives which the Scottish Government is undertaking in this area, to the fact I represent the airport on the Aviation 2030 Task Force. Final heading, conclusions. While there are a number of outstanding safeguarding assessments still to be carried out in respect of the proposal to allow the airport to meet its UKCA regulatory requirements under its ANSP and aerodrome licence obligations, it is encouraging that the applicant acknowledges the need for these safeguarding assessments, and some of them have already commenced. And finally, the key dispute between the parties is who bears the costs and risks of mitigating the adverse effects which the proposal will bring for as long as the turbines are in place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. Now, I'll return to your recognition in a moment. I have some questions for you, but I understand that there are a couple of minor amendments you wish to make to your report, so we should perhaps just deal with those first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Brown. Paragraph 207 of my report. I think there's I've given the wrong reference, CD reference number. It says in my report at 207 it's CD 19.20 when actually it should be CD 19.92.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. That's in line 4 for those of us who are marking up our
Yes,
copies at the moment.
yes, that's in line 4, Mr. Brown.
Yeah.
Paragraph 67 of my report, bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, second last down on page 15.
Yes.
I do apologise. The second last bullet should have said CWP and not SPR. So apologies, sir. And finally, paragraph 2119 of my report should actually read in a similar manner to paragraph 40 of my recognition. And that's the only changes, Mr. Brown.
All right, thank you very much. Now, my first question for you is, we've already heard discussion in the inquiry about the fact that the airport is a licensed aerodrome and an air navigation services provider. Could you just explain what that means?
There's two pertinent licenses that the CA regulate aerodromes. One is the aerodrome license, which there are various CAP documents associated with that. There is a separate license which is for its provision of air traffic service in and around the aerodrome. Many airports across the country outsource their air traffic service to a compliant air navigation service provider. In the respect of Glasgow Prestwick Airport, that provision is provided in-house. So the airport is not only licensed under the aerodrome license, it also provides an in-house air traffic service provision under its ANSP license.
Right, thank you very much. Now, if I can take you back to your recognition, and if I could ask you to go to paragraph 2, please. You've referred there to the applicable regulations which require the airport to undertake certain activities. You have that, Mr. Thompson?
I have that, Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Okay. Now, when we're dealing with subparagraph 1, I'll not read it out, but could you direct us to the regulations which you're referring to in support of subparagraph 1?
In support of subparagraph 1, the primary regulation is contained within CAP document 670, which is air traffic service safety requirements. I don't have that core document number there, but
CD 13.1. And the regulation which you're referring to in subparagraph 2, Mr. Thompson?
in respect of paragraph 2, when installing new CNS equipment, we must follow the guidance as contained within CAP 760, which is guidance on the conduct of hazard identification, risk assessment, and the production of safety cases.
Right, and regulation 3?
In respect of regulated paragraph 3 or subsection 3, the core document that we use in respect of meeting our obligations under this area is CAP 764, which is the CA policy and guidelines on wind turbines.
And that's CD reference number 13.2. Right, thank you. Now, can I ask you to go to paragraph 19? And you refer here to the safety case for the WF-RMS. Now, we've heard something of this before, but could you just explain what that is?
It's a pretty detailed process that we are required to go through under our obligations under our safety management system, in line with CAP 760, which is broken down principally into four parts. Part one being the sort of functional specification of the equipment you wish to install. Part two being the actual equipment that has been procured to meet that functional specification. Part three is principally the results of all the factory acceptance and site acceptance testing and commissioning flight trials of the equipment that you wish to install. And part four is the ongoing maintenance of the overall equipment, and in particular the interoperability between each subpart of the equipment that you are proposing to install. So it's quite a detailed process that you have to go through, and that gets submitted to the CA before any approvals are given to allow the equipment to enter into operational service.
Right, thank you. Now, in that paragraph 19 we were looking at there, you say that the WFRMS is a living document and it will require to be updated to capture the changes associated with adding this new wind farm into the operational coverage volume of the radar. What do you actually mean by that, the changes associated with adding the wind farm?
Well, if the wind farm or any of the turbines are visible, we have to go through that safeguarding process and re-optimize the radar. That will be captured as part of that living document, as we've called it there, and presented for inspection with the CA regulatory inspectors to ensure that we fully captured the changes in the environment and the equipment installed meets its original capability when the equipment was initially given approval to go into operational service.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Now, in paragraph 22, you referred to the fact that the airport wished to have a mechanism to continue to provide safe ATS and grow its own business. In the context of the first statement about providing a safe ATS, who benefits from a safe ATS?
Who benefits? Well, all arriving aircraft and departing aircraft benefit from the safe provision of an ATS. So that the extension of that is, the members of the public ultimately benefit as well. Also, those aircraft that pass through our airspace, where we provide a service, will benefit for that safe provision of ATC.
And why is the airport so focused on that issue of the provision of a safe ATS?
Well, it's a core responsibility to meet our regulatory requirements, both from an airport and a ANSP licensing perspective.
All right, thank you. In paragraph 25, you're dealing with the instrument landing system. And if there was to be found to be an adverse impact in the ILS, how would the airport seek to deal with that?
Well, it depends in many ways, Mr. Brown, on the extent of the impact. We may have to restrict the range of the ILS if there was found to be an impact. We may have to redesign the air traffic procedures as a consequence of any impact. We would possibly have to NOTAM any performance anomalies for airmen to be aware of any anomalies in terms of the precision capability of the ILS. We would publish those in the Air Pilot for Prestwick. Worst case, we would potentially have to remove that service. However, in the context of this proposal, I think it would be fair to say I don't expect we'll get to that worst case scenario.
You used an acronym there, Mr. Thompson, I believe, when you referred to a NOTAM. What do you mean by a NOTAM, and what's its purpose?
Sorry, Ms. Brown. It's a notification to airmen. It's a process within the air traffic community where we will advise airmen of pilots effectively, or any anomalies or any changes in service provision as a consequence, and that goes out on a network that's available to all pilots who are planning their flight in advance of takeoff. They will get the latest updated information from the airport that they wish to land at, and they will check any NOTAMs issued for that airport in terms of any restrictions that are currently in place.
Okay, thank you. Now, you mentioned there that in response to an adverse impact, one of the options might be to restrict the range of the ILS. If you were to restrict the range, what steps would have to be taken in relation to that?
Well, I think we would have to justify it to our regulatory body, which is the CAA Safety Assurance Regulatory Group. The safety plan, or potentially just a safety case, would need to be submitted to the CAA SRG group in respect of any changes to the operational capability of the ILS as a consequence of reducing its, for example, operational range.
And if you were, what do you think the reaction of the SARG would be to a reduction in the present range of the ILS?
I believe they would question why we would want to do that. And the reason I say that in particular, given the runway 30 is our most utilized runway, I would say approximately 70% of our arriving traffic arrive via runway 30. Also, probably for Mr. Smith to articulate in some of his videos that he's produced for this inquiry, that having the ability to provide a 25 nautical mile instrument landing system localizer is quite beneficial to both arriving aircraft from the east, where they can pick up the signal at 25 nautical miles and establish on the localizer. But I believe there's one example of one of Mr. Smith's videos where it actually aided a priority A flight that was transgressing through Prestwick's airspace. Priority A flights is a flight where it gets that priority provision of service. In this particular one, Mr. Smith will explain further than I will, is that it was a heli-made flight that was routing from the south through our airspace to land on Rothsay. And they took advantage of the fact to break cloud, utilizing our 25 nautical mile ILS to expedite that as quickly as possible.
Right, thank you. Now, in paragraph 27, you refer to the fact that the applicants agreed that an IFP assessment should be undertaken, and you'd hope that the results would be available before the inquiry began. Are the results now available?
Fortunately, Mr. Brown, I don't have them yet. As soon as I do, I will share them with the applicant, and they can be made available to the inquiry forthwith. I had hoped that we would have the information available for the start of this week. I do not have it in my possession yet. I believe the work has been done. It's just going through an internal safety assurance process before the document is released to Prestwick. But as soon as we have that information, we will be more than happy to share it with both the applicant and the inquiry.
Thank you. And if there are adverse effects identified, how would the airport seek to deal with that?
We will obviously have to have those conversations with the applicant in terms of finding a way to mutually try and address any infringements that resulted from the output of the actual assessment itself.
Thank you very much. Now, in paragraph 31, where you're dealing with the aggregative effects impact faced by the airport, you say at the start, the airport cannot treat wind farms on an individual basis when safeguarding them. What comment would you make on that sentence?
Well, as the organisation responsible for the safe provision of air traffic service in the vicinity of the aerodrome, in many ways, we don't have the luxury of just treating the wind farm on an individual basis. We have to take cognizance of what's in the vicinity already and what's also in the planning system. So as part of that impact assessment process, yes, we will look at it from the applicant's point of view, but we also need to be cognizant of what's already in that particular area and what's also in the planning system for that particular area as well.
When you say look at it from the applicant's perspective, what do you mean by that?
Sorry, Mr. Brown, can you maybe rephrase that?
Well, it's when you said you'd look at it from the applicant's perspective. I was wondering what you meant by that.
Well, from the point of view of the applicant, you could say is only concerned about his application. I don't have that luxury, or the airport don't have that luxury. When looking at all these applications, we need to be cognizant of what's already in that vicinity while we're making our overall assessment.
So what consideration is given to the individual application then made by the applicant?
Well, we would take cognizance of our obligations under CAP 764. I believe it's.
So sorry, I'll get the reference number if that's what you're looking for. It's CD 13.2.
I think it's within section 2 of CAP 764, where there's a particular requirement on the aerodrome, or the NSP themselves, is that, if you just bear with me, Mr. Brown, I'll find my reference to it.
Okay.
And I think that particular paragraph refers to paraphrase it, the development of sites for wind turbines has the potential to cause a variety of negative effects on aviation. These include, but are not limited to, the generation of unwanted returns on primary surveillance radar. And in particular, it's the next sentence that's important from this perspective. Moreover, the cumulative effect of wind farms on aviation needs to be assessed if the developments proliferate in specific areas.
Yes, I appreciate that, Mr. Thompson, but what I was really asking you was, what steps do you take in relation to an individual application which comes before you?
Well, we go through our standard safeguarding process in respect of reviewing all the potential impacts on all the different CNS type equipments, including the IFPs, the radar, and all the CNS equipments, Mr. Brown.
So just to be clear about this, Mr. Thompson, so there's no doubt, are you saying that you carry out an individual impact assessment and then you look at the cumulative impact as well?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Now, on the question of the aggregative impact, you've directed us to paragraph 2.1 for the cumulative effects. And why are those cumulative effects of such concern to the airport?
Well, the individual wind farms on their own, while they may be able to be addressed through the provision of the appropriate technology to deal with the clutter, once you get many developments in close proximity to each other, there starts to generate some concerns from the airport's perspective, is that we may start to lose significant areas of low-level coverage, and our probability of detection in and around that area and beyond it will be reduced in capability. So it's a real genuine concern for for many airports, in particular Prestwick GPA at the moment. Now the airport is there's a significant amount of developments in the planning process that, if all are ultimately consented, will lead to significant cumulative impact on the airport that we will continue to need to address, not just now, but for many, many years to come.
Yes, and you referred to CAP 764 in paragraph 2.1. What other provisions are contained in CAP 764 regarding cumulative impact?
Well, it's not just radar we need to consider. As we said, we've spoke about other adverse effects in terms of potential impacts on the ILS, on our radio navigation, and their VHF infrastructure, our IFPs. So it's wider than just the radar clutter issues. We have to take cognizance of all our other navigational aids when we're assessing these developments.
Okay, thank you. Now, you have produced some maps, Mr. Thompson, and I want you to demonstrate those maps. And can we come back to that? I'd rather deal with that as one distinct section, so we'll come back to that.
Okay.
Now, in paragraph 35 of your recognition, you refer to the table of costs and risks, which is CD 1976, and I've looked at that before during the inquiry, but could you tell us, please, how that table was prepared?
It was prepared in line with the guidance contained within CAP 670. And in essence, we conducted a hazard ID workshop, which is a prescribed process you do when you're considering all hazards associated with a particular introduction of new equipment or introduction of something new into the environment. So there is a very prescribed process, Mr. Brown, for undertaking within CAP 760 a hazard ID workshop where you use that process and bring together the established experts in that area and, in simple terms, sort of brainstorm what the hazards are and what the mitigations are required to address it.
Yes, I think just for the avoidance of any doubt, Mr. Thompson, when you referred to the document first, I think you referred to it as 670, but it's in fact 760.
Sorry, apologies, Mr. Brown.
Yes.
760.
I appreciate that. They're confusing. Okay, and who was involved in the process?
Myself, key members of the operational team, and our expert witnesses who are part of this inquiry process, as well as our commercial director, Ms. Kilpatrick.
So that would be Mr. Kirkland, Mr. Fido, and Ms. Kilpatrick.
That's correct, Mr. Brown.
And at paragraph 38 of your recognition, you refer to the fact that and you represent the airport on the Aviation 2030 Task Force. What stage has the task force reached in the consideration of the issue of mitigation?
Well, probably as I explained during my evidence at the previous public inquiry in respect of Clauchrie, it very much remains a work in progress. Unfortunately, been hindered slightly this summer by the loss of Mr. Wheelhouse as an MSP who was the chair of that committee, and that was particularly unfortunate, and that has probably delayed some of the discussions that we really need to get into the detail of. But in summary, Mr. Brown, there's a lot of discussions, pretty intense discussions still need to be had between all interested parties who form part of that task force. We've got a bit of work still to do. In fact, we've got a lot of work still to do, and I would be particularly keen to see it re-established as soon as possible so that we can address these rather difficult discussions that are coming to light. And in many ways, the public inquiry is allowing these discussions to get to a wider forum. So it's really important that we re-establish on that task force and really get into the detail of the long-term provision of mitigation, and how we can ensure that both sectors, both the renewable sectors and the aviation sector, can flourish in the future.
Yes, you mentioned the interested parties in that task force. Could you just give us a quick overview of the makeup of the task force? What sectors are represented?
Well, the aviation sector, in terms of the airports and the NSPs, the renewable sector themselves, representatives from government, both Scottish and UK, the CAA themselves, the DFT. So it's quite a wide group, and I would say representative of those that need to sort of thrash out these issues at a sort of fundamental level.
Yes, and again, just when you mention issues there, could you give us a quick overview of what you consider the issues to be?
Well, I think there's still a wide difference in opinion between the aviation and the renewable sector is that there's a keenness from the renewable sector that the airport sector will the batten up, as they say, in terms of addressing mitigation going forward. The aviation sector are slightly of a different view in terms of is that each organisation are at different stages in their deployment of their technologies. The technologies that we're deploying some are more mature than others. The size of the issues are different for different organisations. And our experience, and an experience of the vast majority, if not all, the aviation members, is that we don't believe there's a silver bullet out there yet that will address all the issues. So there's much discussion still to be had in terms of who ultimately has to pay for the long-term provision of mitigation to allow wind farms and airports to coexist for the benefit of the country.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, I said I would take you back to your, I've got no further questions on your recognition, but I said I would take you back to your maps. And what you have done is you've referred to these in paragraph 32 of your recognition, and you refer to them at various stages in your report. And the CD reference number for the interactive map is CD 1931. And you've got screenshots, if I can describe them that way, from various overlays, which are at CD 1932 to 1961. So I understand, Mr. Thompson, that you have the ability to share your screen, so you can show these maps to the inquiry?
I do, Mr. Brown, but my other machine's just disconnected. So if you could just give me a couple of minutes to reconnect. I'm not sure, Graham, whether I'll need your assistance, but if you can just give me a couple of minutes to reconnect, and I'll be back.
My apologies, sir. It's been tested in the best laid plans, etc.
No, I saw it work last night before we turned the computers off, so no, that's fine. And what I suggest is if we take a 5-minute break and we'll come back together at 10:30, and that'll just give Mr. Thompson the chance to reboot his computer. Is that okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I understand for that break. I understand that the technical issue has now been resolved. Is that correct, Mr. Thompson?
I hope so, Mr. Brown. If you just bear with me, I'll try and share my screen.
Thank you both.
Yep, that works.
That's good.
So sorry, can I just double check which document references am I looking at right now?
Yes, sorry, sir. We're starting with the interactive map, which is CD 1931.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Thompson. So we've got CD 1931 before us, but before we actually get to your explanation of it, you have produced still images or screenshots, which we'll come to discuss. But before we get to those, could you just explain, before we start to look at your interactive map, how it was prepared?
Yes, we prepared it taking the information from all the developments at all the various stages in the planning process that we get all the the coordinates of the turbines for each of the wind farms. All that information is available on the ECU portal for each planning application. It's also available on the local planning authority portals for each planning application. So we've taken all that information and the finalized designs, obviously, of those that are now either already within the environment or those that are under construction. So it's been an agglomeration of all those processes, Mr. Brown, to sort of generate the interactive map and each of the layers associated with it. We also use our publications that the airport produce under the aeronautical information publication for showing our controlled airspace boundaries, etc. So a variety of sources that are all available in the public domain.
All right, thank you. And who prepared the layers? Who undertook that task?
That was done by the airport safeguarding team with oversight from myself.
Right, thank you very much. And well, I'll hand over to you at this point to talk us through your presentation of your map.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I'll try and be as swift as I can here, sir, sort of thing, but maybe just to set the scene, is I'm pretty sure you'll be fully aware of where Prestwick is on the west coast. So it's if I zoom in, it's quite a large airfield on the southwest of Scotland. Main runway is 3,000 meters long, just shy of 3,000 meters long. Runway 30 is on where my cursor is now from a landing perspective. We also have a second runway, which is approximately perpendicular to the main runway. That's 2,000 meters long. So it's a large airfield, and we anticipate we're going to be assisting the COP conference at the end of the month quite substantially in terms of sort of dealing with many of the heads of states that are coming into Scotland for that event. So which is good. But again, if I zoom out more in the context of what we're discussing here, we switch on the airport's reference point. I'll then switch on, just bear with me. These range rings. So these are 10 nautical mile range rings emanating from the Prestwick ARP. The red circle is 40 nautical miles, which is effectively the DOC, the designated operational coverage of ATC, which is the licensed area that the controllers are regulated to provide an air traffic service. That's not dictated by the range of the radar. It's actually dictated by the Ofcom license in respect of our ground to air VHF comms equipment. We have a DOC of 40 nautical miles as part of our license for that process. So that's what that red range ring is. The white range ring is effectively the instrumented range of the thermal radar that forms part of the WFRMS. Our existing primary radar, which is a Watchman S511 hybrid, actually has an instrumented range out to 64 nautical miles. But for the purposes of the inquiry, I'm just showing the instrumented range of the thermal component of the WFRMS. If I switch on the layer that shows our controlled airspace, again, this is published in our Prestwick part of the AIP, which is the Aeronautical Information Publication, and that shows the controlled airspace around the aerodrome, and Mr. Smith and Mr. Kirtland will probably explain that much better than I possibly could. If I provide, again, just bear with me, the extended center line for runway 30, so that red line extends out to about 25 nautical miles, which is an extension of the center line for runway 30. You wish me to continue, Mr. Brown, or?
Yes, please, Mr. Thompson. I think you've explained all the features we need to be looking at here. Thank you.
So if I initially just look at what we've termed layer 1, which is the existing wind farms that are actually in the environment in and around the aerodrome. So there's 2 down to the southwest, southwest to Salak and Hadyard Hill, 3 to the southeast, Hare Hill Extension, Afton and Sanker 12, and we have a few to the north of the aerodrome, up in North Ayrshire, Ardrossan, Kilburn, Miller Hill and Wardlaw. So these are the wind farms that are currently visible to the primary radar at Prestwick.
Can I just check with you, Mr. Thompson, that you have produced a screenshot of this for the purposes of the inquiry, and that is CD reference number 1946, which is figure 1 on page 2 of your report?
That's correct, Mr. Brown.
Okay. Sorry, don't want to stop you.
I think it would be worth pointing out as well, these are just the visible turbines from these wind farms. I am not showing any of the wind farms that are not, the turbines, sorry, that are not visible to the Prestwick radar, primary radar. So there are other turbines out there that obviously form part of some of these turbines, but some of these wind farms, but I haven't showing it in this particular graphic, Mr. Brown, because they're not relevant to Prestwick in terms of they're not seen on our primary radar.
Thank you very much.
Do you want me to carry on?
Yes, please.
So layer 2 is actually wind farms that have been consented either by Energy Consent Unit, Scottish Ministers or the local planning authority. And these wind farms are currently under construction. The 3 I've shown here are South Kyle, Windy Rig and Sandy Now. And again, I've only shown those turbines that are visible to the Prestwick primary radar.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. Now, can I check with you that you have produced a screenshot of just the turbines we see in blue here as figure 2 on page 3 of your report?
Yeah, I'll, if I switch off layer 1, Mr. Brown, that effectively complements CD 19.41 in my report, page 3.
Thank you very much. Sorry, please continue when you're ready.
So if I layer 3 is wind farms, and again I'll switch off the 2 layers and try and reference to my report. Layer 3 is wind farms that have planning consent but have not yet started construction.
Thank you. And that, you say, is figure 3, which is CD 1937, as referenced in page 3 of your report.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Layer 4, as we have termed it, is wind farms that are in the planning process that as yet do not have consent to build. And included in that is obviously the applicant's application, as we know, which is Sanker 2.
Yes, can you maybe just run your cursor over to that point, just to make sure we've all got it? Thank you.
And that, for reference, is CD 19.34 in my report, Mr. Brown.
So yes, that's figure 4 on page 4.
Figure 4, yes.
Okay.
And layer 5 is wind farms that are currently at scoping stage in the planning process. And again, I've only shown the turbines that are visible to the airport's primary radar.
Thank you.
That is figure 5, Mr. Brown, in my report.
Yeah, so that figure 5 is CD reference number 1942, which appears at page, and is referenced at page 4 in your report.
Yes.
Thank you. Please continue. You ready?
So if I switch on all 5 layers, it gives an illustration of the extent of the wind farms that are currently in the planning process that have the potential to have an impact on the safe provision of air traffic services for Prestwick. And we're working very closely with the vast majority of these developers and trying to find solutions to ensure that our airspace can remain safe for operation and allow these wind farms to be realised, which we all know is a key government initiative. But we're
Yes.
all keen to try and coexist in this manner.
Thank you. Can I just clarify a point with you, Mr. Thompson? I think when you brought this on, you said that this showed those in the planning process, but does it not go further than that? Because I see that you've got, for example, Drsalach and Hare Hill and Afton showing.
Yes, those wind farms are already there, Mr. Brown.
Yes.
They've come through the other side of the planning process and are consented and are actually physically constructed. And we see them currently on our existing primary radar.
Yeah, thank you. Now, we had some discussion, or I had some discussion with Mr. Parkinson about the number of visible turbines we're looking at within the operational volume of the radar. How many turbines are we dealing with?
At the moment, there is, between layer 1 and layer 5, 515 turbines that would be visible to the the Prestwick primary radar.
All right, and there are a number of names of wind farms there, and I know that not all turbines within the wind farm are relevant for this purpose, but how many wind farms are we talking about?
There are about 26, 27 developments from about Kennock's Head down to Clauchrie in the southwest and east of the airfield, stopping at Kennock's Head. So about between 90 degrees and about 190 degrees on the compass. There's about 26 to 27 wind farms that are at various stages in the planning cycle, as I referred to it.
And so far as currently operational wind farms within the operational volume coverage are concerned, there are obviously turbines which are not seen, but what do you anticipate for the future so far as those which are not seen?
The existing ones, if I just switch the other layers off, so these wind farms here at the moment are visible on the primary radar. We do not have any other issues associated with these at the moment in terms of either IFP issues or CNS issues at the moment. These turbines are, dare I say, been around for a good few years now. They are much smaller in size, typically 100, 110 meters tip height. So we're primarily dealing with a radar clutter issue with these at the moment. We don't have any other issues associated with these at the moment.
Yes, but sorry, you go.
The issue is we start to switch on these other layers. As everyone knows, is that the applications, the turbines are getting taller and more powerful, and we're starting to get to areas where we start to get objections, not just based on radar line of sight clutter, but we're having issues associated with our instrument flight procedures now, and concerns are starting to be raised. And it's and thank you for Mr. Fido and Osprey for supporting us in this area in terms of our VHF comms equipment and our ILS. We just want to be comfortable that should the majority of these developments be consented, that we do not have impacts on our CNS equipment, as I stated earlier. So it's not just radar clutter that we're now facing as part of our safeguarding process. The proliferation of these in and around the aerodrome is there's much effort now being focused on because of the height of these instrument flight procedures infringements, which is taking up a considerable amount of my time at the moment trying to find solutions to that particular problem.
And what about repowering of existing wind farms? What impact might that have?
Yes, that's, and we haven't developed this interactive model yet, but there are some of the wind farms that were constructed in the 90s are now coming back into the planning cycle at considerably larger tip height with associated larger generators. So, I won't give any specific examples, but one in particular was a mid-90s wind farm that was 75 meters tip height, 600 kilowatt generator. It's now coming back into the planning cycle at 200 meters tip height with a 6 megawatt generator attached to it. And there will be more of those in the coming months as many of the original wind farms reach the end of their life and they go back into planning with an effort to try and repower. So those legacy wind farms typically had no impact on Prestwick. They will coming back into the planning cycle, start to have not just radar impact, they will also have impact on our other equipments plus our published flight procedures. So it's quite a challenge, Mr. Brown, to just keep ahead of this in terms of making sure that we can, facilitate what we can, but we also need to make sure that we preserve our core responsibilities, which is providing a safe and compliant air traffic service.
And how recently did this issue about repowering arrive for the airport?
Very recently, within the last couple of months, I've seen the first application coming in through our safeguarding process that we have a repowering on a wind farm that's down towards the southeast of the aerodrome. That's not shown on this particular interactive map, but it soon will be when we go through the actual safeguarding assessment of it and respond to the Energy Consents Unit as a statutory consultee.
Okay, thank you. Now, just so it's not missed, this overlay we're looking at, I believe, is that figure 6 in your report? Reference on page 5?
Yes, I believe it is, Mr. Brown.
Yes. Yeah, so that's CD 1947 on figure 6 on page 5.
Right.
All right. Please continue when you're ready, Mr. Thompson.
So if I take off the wind farms, take off the wind farms themselves, and just bear with me till I that drawing there effectively is many ways a replication of figure 6 in my report, the previous view I showed on this interactive map, which effectively shows the perimeter of the visible turbines at each of the wind farms that are visible to Prestwick, each of the turbines. So that gives an the perimeter view of the actual wind farms themselves. So in many ways, that's what's currently, well, not all, but that's how it's manifesting itself on the existing operational radar and radar displays. And Mr. Smith's interactive maps will show how the clutter sort of shows itself on the operational radar displays. So that's a kind of indication of what the controllers are dealing with at the moment.
So, sorry, Mr. Thompson, you said there Mr. Smith's interactive maps. Is it Mr. Kirtland's interactive maps?
Sorry, Mr. Kirtland's interactive maps.
Thank
Mr. Smith's videos will also, give an illustration of what the controllers are dealing with from a clutter perspective on the current operational radar displays.
Okay, thank you. Now, could you add the application to that so we can see Sanker 2?
Beg your pardon. Bear with me. Yes, there's Sanker 2.
Yes, and that image we're looking at there, is that figure 7, which you refer to on page 5 of your report?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Mr.
So that's CD reference 1948.
Correct.
Yeah.
What I haven't done, Mr. Brown, apologies, I hadn't switched on our flight procedures layer.
Right.
Just bear with me till I find it. So these green, brown, orange, bluish lines are our published RNP flight procedures that are the sort of defined airways that aircraft arrive and depart from Prestwick.
All right, so with that added, that is now figure 7.
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Can you just continue when you're ready?
Bear with me, please, Mr. Brown. So if I switch on all the five layers, which effectively shows all the wind farms that potentially the airport will need to address should all these wind farms be consented.
Yeah, so just to be clear about this, you mentioned wind farms. Do you mean the turbines which are
Sorry,
visible?
turbines visible to Prestwick primary radar. And as I'd mentioned earlier, not all the turbines of each development are visible. For example, Sanker 2, from my memory, I think it's a 44 turbine development. At the moment, Prestwick only confirmed we see 12, and that reflects in Mr. Parkinson's report as well. There are a little bit of dispute about whether we may see one or two others, but no. In essence, at the moment, we're both agreed on 12 turbines will be visible from the 44 turbine proposed development for Sanker 2.
Right, thank you.
What I'm trying to articulate, show here, and again, Mr. Kitland and Mr. Smith will be much more, being operational controllers, be able to explain this much better than I ever could. I've shown on this particular map as effectively a 1 nautical mile buffer around each of the wind farms, which is the absolute minimum that an air traffic controller must ensure an aircraft under his control is kept away from the clutter associated with these visible turbines on our existing displays.
Yes, well, again, Mr. Thompson, you referred there to perimeter around the wind farm.
Perimeter around the turbines associated, turbines visible for the Prestwick primary radar. I do apologise, Mr. Brown.
That's fine. And this is figure 8 in your report.
This is figure 8.
And this is CD reference 1949.
Right.
And in actual fact, I've noted in your report, you have said this shows a 1 nautical mile clutter avoidance buffer around each wind farm perimeter. So that bit in your report is incorrect, is it?
It is, yes, and thank you for pointing that out to me, Mr. Brown. It's around each visit. It's a 1 nautical mile buffer around the visible turbines to Prestwick's primary radar from each of those proposed and existing developments.
All right, thank you for clarifying that. So please continue when you're ready to do so.
And again, Mr. Kitland and Mr. Smith will explain this much better than I do, but because of the different speeds of different aircraft, traveling at over 200, 250 knots, the general rule is that air traffic controllers should maintain a 3 nautical mile buffer around known clutter. And when you visualize that, you can see from an operational controller's perspective, and I'm not an operational controller, and I wouldn't like to comment too much here, but having to try and weave an aircraft through that would be extremely challenging.
Yes, and is that screen we're looking at figure 9, which is on page 7 of your report?
It is, Mr. Brown.
Yes, and that's CD reference 1950. All right, you referred to some other figures in your report, Mr. Thompson, which, at the risk of leading, but for the speed, the other figures are other cumulative layer maps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, when I say cumulative layer, just to be clear about that, I mean overlays of your layer maps. I don't want to confuse the meaning of cumulative.
Well, yes. I did put some other figures in my report, Mr.
All right.
Brown.
Well, shall we just go to figure 10 and you can bring up the layers to
Yeah.
explain how they're comprised?
If you just bear with me.
And figure 10, for those referring to the report, appears on page 8.
Yes, so figure 10 is effectively the area where the ILS localizer signal provides a stable signal, and that's the area shown. So out to about 17 nautical miles, and Mr. Parkinson covers this very well in his report. The signal is plus or minus 35 degrees either side of the extended center line. And then out to 25 nautical miles, the signal is available plus or minus 10 degrees either side of the center line.
All right, thank you very much. We see Sanquhar there, but in fact, when we look at figure 10, Mr. Thompson, there are other layers which appear on that in your report. There must be, because there are more turbines or more wind farms which appear in figure 10 in your report.
I apologise. Yes, that is what I haven't shown on the screen, Mr. Brown, is the existing wind farms that are actually physically there at the moment.
Right. Okay, so that is figure 10, which is CD reference 1951.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Brown.
Okay. And then on page 19 of your report, you've got figure 11.
Yes, I think in many ways figure 11 is very much a replication of figure 10. It was just used in a different context in terms of the text associated with paragraphs 19, 91 and 92.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Figure 12.
Figure 12 is, again, just bear with me. I seem to have a problem with figure 12 at the moment, Mr. Brown.
All right, well, for the purpose of speed today, can you just explain then what figure 12 shows on your report?
Yeah, figure 12 shows the published instrument flight procedures for Prestwick Airport that form part of our airspace change, our recent airspace change. So you can see the blue areas are approach procedures. There's a transition procedure which is shown in green. Pink ones are missed approaches when the aircraft has to either sort of go around or wherever based on weather conditions or other areas. And the oranges are standard terminal arrival procedures. Again, Mr. Kirtland will probably explain this much better than I possibly ever could.
So this is what is this document we're looking at then in figure 12?
It's an extract from our approved PBN procedures that were recently introduced in 2019.
So it's a map, is it?
It's a map. Yes, it's effectively an overlay that we've used to, in many ways, show where our published procedures are relative to the proposed development.
Right, thank you. And back to your report at page 21, you've referred to figure 13, CD 1946. I'm not sure if we've looked at that before.
I think we've probably looked at that one already, Mr. Brown.
Right, 1947 we've certainly looked at before, which is figure 14.
Yes.
Figure 16, which appears on page 28 of your report. Are you able to bring that up in your layers map?
Yes, so that's effectively the drawing I'm showing on the bottom of page 28. So that's figure 16 in my report, Mr. Brown.
Which is CD 1953. And could you please explain what the blue shaded rings are?
The blue shaded rings are some of the assets from NATS. There's a secondary radar at Lowther Hill, and there's also secondary radar at Glasgow Airport. And these are the extent of these rings are the safeguarding areas of each of these particular pieces of infrastructure, pieces of sort of navigational aids. But I was using this in the context of should all this come to pass in terms of all these wind farms being consented, the airport currently takes a radar feed, a secondary radar feed from Lowther Hill, from NATS, which is procured on an annual basis, which is a wonderful radar. It gives us, you know, our controllers love the coverage from the secondary radar perspective right down to the thresholds. And there's concerns, you know, raised by our technical aviation consultants and ourselves, is that we may start to lose some low-level coverage as a consequence of these wind farms being constructed, particularly down in this area down here. Obviously, the signal emanates from here and back to the, you know, from the aircraft and back. So there's concerns we're going to start to lose some coverage as a consequence of, you know, the proliferation of wind farms. That
So the signal starts from the centre of that blue circle?
it does. Yes, Lowther Hill's about here, which is
Okay.
where my map is.
And just help us by running your cursor over, please, to the applicant site.
Yeah, and the applicant site is, if I zoom in, is shown in that shaded area there. Although I've only again shown the 12 turbines that are visible to the radar. In this respect, it would be the 44 turbines would have an impact on a potential impact on the coverage from the Lowther SSR that we enjoy the excellent coverage from.
Okay, so that was, is there anything else in that figure, Mr. Thompson, to draw to our attention?
No, I don't think so, Mr. Brown, other than the fact that, and again, Mr. Fido will get into this in much more detail than I, that we have to keep an eye on this situation going forward, and it may result in we have to deploy to accommodate all this, these wind farms. We may have to deploy our own secondary radar in the environment around the airport to deal with the potential loss of coverage associated with the low-level coverage being lost due to the blocking of the signal as a consequence of these developments that are in the planning cycle. So it's a real concern for us, and we need to keep a real close eye on it as part of our overall process of ensuring we keep ahead of the problem and ensuring we deploy the technology at the appropriate time as the environment gets more complicated from a not only a wind farm point of view, but from an air navigation service provision perspective.
Okay, so that was figure 16, which is CD 1953. I've only got 3 more figures, which I'd like to cover. Figure 17, Mr. Thompson, which appears on page 30 of your report. If you could explain that.
Yes, I don't believe I actually got that as part of this interactive map, Mr.
Thank
Brown, but it just shows our simple line of sight analysis on one particular turbine of the proposed application, turbine T7, just chose at random sort of thing, and it sort of shows a sort of clear line of sight between our radar, which is the blue pin centered on the airfield with an antenna height of 23 meters, and the green pin is turbine 7 of the proposed application, and the grey area on the right, top right corner of the figure is a sort of profile of the terrain in between the radar and the turbine itself. And you can see in that one, it's particularly, it's clear line of sight. So there's no ambiguity in that one. We use a very simple tool. It's a flat earth tool, which for the majority of applications, is fine. Mr. Parkinson used a 4/3 earth tool, which is more accurate than the one we use. Although he did acknowledge his tool doesn't take into effect refraction and diffraction effects. So I think we're all in agreement it's 12 turbines. There's just not yet agreement on possibly 1 or 2 others. And I'm sure we'll get to that agreement quite soon. Mr. Fido will probably get into more detail about his concerns about turbines that are marginally shielded and marginally seen by the radar as part of his evidence, Mr. Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. And you've got figure 18 on page 31 of your report, which is CD 1955. If you could explain that, please.
Do you wish me to try and simulate it on the screen?
Well, if that's going to be possible, that would be better.
You just bear with me. It'll take me a couple of minutes just to try and. So the one of the benefits of this interactive tool is you can kind of get a pilot's eye view of when they're flying the approaches to the airport of what they would see if they looked out the window.
Yep.
So this drawing shows the ILS, signal area of the 3.0 localizer, where Sanker 2 is proposed in respect of that. The extended center line, just try and switch that on if I can find it. It may already be there actually. Yeah, it is. And I'll switch on layer 1 as well, Mr. Brown, which actually shows the existing wind farms that are there as well. It's not truly
Yeah.
what I've shown on figure 18, but it does give an indication of. So that shows the proposed development.
Now, you mentioned the centre line, Mr. Thompson. Just help us by running your cursor to where the centre line would be.
That's the centre line. So that the pilot would be established on the ILS, and would be the aircraft would be flying this.
All right. And in figure 18, there are other features shown which you've not brought onto the screen yet. Are you able to do that?
That sorry is the controlled airspace, which bear with me till I find it. Yes. So that's effectively showing the controlled airspace.
So that's now figure 18, which is on page 31, and that's CD reference 1955.
Yes, it is.
All right, and we've just got one last figure to go in your report, which is figure 19, and maybe you're not able to show this on your interactive maps, but it'd be useful if you could explain what figure 19 is.
Yes, and it may not. No, the other overlay didn't work particularly well, Mr. Brown, but
Yes.
it might be easier just to explain it, from my report. But again, it's just an extract from our recent airspace change process when we adopted the ability to have our nav procedures as well. And as part of that process, as part of our submissions to the regulator, we gave an indication of effectively the number of movements that we get on a daily basis from each of our runways. This one tries to show, and again, I don't think it's in dispute between both parties here, that Sanka 2 is in a particularly busy operational area from an ATC point of view. And this map just tries to illustrate that the red area is an area that's used extensively by ATC in getting aircraft onto the airfield.
Right, thank you. That's all of the figures in your report now covered, and that's bringing my examination in chief to a close. Is there anything else that you wish to draw to the attention of the inquiry, which it should know at this stage?
I hope we've gave through our evidence we'll give the opportunity to see that Prestwick has got quite a few challenges ahead of itself in trying to fulfill its obligations and assisting in the government's desire to get to net zero. We very much are bought into that process, and we've been working with developers for a long time to try and find solutions to allow these wind farms to be constructed in and around our airfield. We have to remember our core responsibilities, which is the safe provision of air traffic service. We have a lot to deal with. It will evolve. Our mitigation solution will have to evolve with it. And what we put in today will need to be enhanced and improved to allow us to contribute to, and in many ways, be an enabler to allow many of these wind farms to go through the consent process.
All right, thank you very much for that, Mr. Thompson, and thank you for demonstrating the interactive map which has been produced. I've got no further questions.
You wish me to stop sharing, sir?
Yes, I think you could, and you may have to share again if you're asked to bring the maps up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Thompson. Yes, you can take that off the screen. That's better, because I think for the purposes of the live stream, it needs to be off now to see other people. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Hardy, before we have any cross-examination, I'd propose that we have a break beforehand, if that's okay with yourself.
Yes, what I was going to do, just raising my hand, was to give a heads up on the documents that I'll refer to in cross-examination. I just
Lovely,
thought
thank
that
you.
might be helpful so that people can make sure they've got access to them. It might save some time.
Thank you.
So
Go ahead. Thanks.
the obvious documents are going to be GPA's inquiry statement. So Mr. Thompson's inquiry report and his precognition. Then APP 002014. That's an article from the Sunday Post. APP 002016, which is a series of Q&A. It's a Q&A record with Terma, which resulted from the Clauchrie inquiry. And then a run of the 3 transcripts from Clauchrie. That's 002, 004, 005 and 006. So that's Mr. Thompson, Ms. Kilpatrick's, Mr. Fido's cross-examination transcripts. CD 19.76, which is the table of cost and risk. And then 3 Terma documents, which are CD 13017, CD 13019, and CD 19.27. Now, there may be a couple of other documents which I need to refer to if that flows from questions, but I hope that's a useful heads up for Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Can I just check that last reference, that last core document
CD
reference?
19.20, 19.27, yeah.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Hardy.
Thank you.
I would propose that we have approximately 15-minute break. So if we could, it'd be a little bit less, but if we start back at 25 to 12, please, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Thompson, please, you can turn your video off. Don't leave the meeting, please, and please don't speak to any of your colleagues whilst you're the witness. Thank you.
Understand, sir.
Sir, we will look out the documents for Mr. Thompson. We'll assist him with that, but there will obviously be no dialogue with him while that's done.
Okay, Mr. Brown, are you back at your desk?
Sorry, sir. Yes, I am. Sorry about that.
No problem. And apologies as well, because I think I was on mute when I answered your last question. So hopefully you got the gist by my facial expressions that I said, yes, that's fine. But anyway. Okay, Mr. Hardy, whenever you're ready, thank you.
Thank you very much. Then good morning, Mr. Thompson. I'll confess to being a little bit confused by the GPA evidence. There seems to be a lot of overlap and repetition. So I just want to start by trying to work out what I should be asking you and not. And to do that, I'd like you to go to the inquiry statement. And in particular, internal page 13. So that's the GPA inquiry statement.
Yes.
Do you have that? Yeah.
Yes, I do.
So we're told you're the witness, you give your responsibilities and then issues to be covered. He will generally address operations of the airport, cumulative impact of existing and future wind farm developments, requirement for the WFRMS, selection and installation of terma as part of the WFRMS, effects the proposal will have on the airport's air navigation services in the absence of mitigation, and the airport's safeguarding assessment. So I'm safe to be able to ask you questions on all of those matters. Is that a starting point?
Yes, Mr. Hardy.
Yep. Technical matters. So if it goes beyond the sort of generalist evidence that you've given, they are presumably in radar terms to go to Mr. Fido, are they?
They are, Mr. Hardy.
And commercial matters, I'm going to ask you about some of those. But if there's anything that is more detailed, that then is to Mrs. Kilpatrick, is it?
That's correct.
So without being pejorative, I'm not being pejorative, what do you see as your role at this inquiry, Mr. Thompson? Because it seems to me, if the detail is being dealt with by others, that your role is reduced to one of being a sort of overarching, a bookender, if you like, just introducing scene setting. I could use another phrase. Is that fair?
Yeah. My role is primarily the management of air traffic services. I have a team around me who are the experts in those particular areas, and that includes air traffic controllers, the engineers themselves who look after the equipment. I don't profess to be an air traffic controller. I have 36 years experience as an engineer. I am not an operational air traffic engineer. So I have a good team around me, Mr. Hardy, and I play that central role in terms of ensuring I have that overall responsibility for the safe provision of an air traffic service at the airport. So that's my core role. I have also core responsibilities in the safeguarding process that the airport operates. And I play a central role in respect of dealing with safeguarding applications. So yeah, I think that's what I bring to the inquiry. It's just I have that central role. I don't profess to be a radar engineer and an expert in it. I'm certainly not an air traffic controller. I hope that explains my role and my participation in this inquiry.
Yeah, as I'm trying to make clear, it's certainly not any comment on your role in the airport. My question was about role at this inquiry, and I do so because I want to use the inquiry time efficiently, and therefore, if there are questions that are better directed at the expert, the relevant expert, then I'll do so. So that was what was lying behind that. But given what you've just said and what's in your report, then I will ask the questions and we'll see where we get. As an overarching point, this is not a safety case, is it? It's not a case where the airport is saying that there is some existential threat to safety or planes falling out of the sky. This is about cost, isn't it?
Well, I don't believe it is about cost. It's certainly not a safety case. This is us.
It's not a safety case.
A safety case in what respect? A safety case in terms of the application, or we are trying to install, and we are currently installing a WFRMS that is going through the safety case process with the regulator. The equipment is not operational as yet. It's procured. We've gone through many trials with the equipment at the moment, but the equipment is still not operational. So we are still utilizing our existing primary radar and our existing primary radar displays.
Yeah, it's perhaps you misunderstood the point. You are not saying that planning permission should be refused at this inquiry because of some threat to life and limb, are you? It's about it. You're not saying that, are you?
No, absolutely not.
No, thank you.
No.
So it's about cost, isn't it? That's what's at the core of this inquiry and the debate between the parties.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I said that in the last paragraph of my recognition.
I'm going to go through the references because it's important. You see, I've done these aviation cases for about 20 years. Mr. Thompson, some airports will say there is a primary case on safety. In other words, it will be unsafe to operate the ATC operations if the wind farm's operating. We're not in that category here. The difference between the parties is who picks up the tab for what and the degree to which the effects need to be mitigated. That's where we are, isn't it?
Well, our view is the proposal. We need to safeguard the proposal to ensure we can continue to provide an air traffic service in and around the airspace.
Yeah.
Of the proposal, that's our core responsibilities. There will be ultimately costs associated with that in terms of the deployment of the technology for the life of the wind farm. In an ideal world, I would rather not see those 12 turbines. And if we could find a mechanism to make them be terrain shielded to the airport, we would be more than delighted if that was the case. So I think it's slightly unfair, Mr. Hardy, to say this is all about costs. There is a safety implication to this. We're not saying that this application on its own will tip us over the edge in any way in that respect, sort of thing. But
well,
if
unpack.
the turbines weren't there, I would be quite a happy man.
Well, let's unpack a number of those things. One of the opening remarks you made was that you were surrounded by a very competent team, and you've got every confidence, haven't you, in your colleagues at the airport?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. Therefore, whatever happens, the outcome of this inquiry, you will not allow there to be unsafe operations above Glasgow Prestwick, will you?
That's my core responsibilities.
Yes. So even if things went badly for you and you didn't get anything paid for, if you are to maintain ATC operations, you will do so to a very high standard, which you've been doing so far. Nothing's going to change with that, is it?
No.
No. So it's about cost. In other words, so we're not talking about safety. You will continue to provide your safe operations. It's about what has to be done and who picks up the tab. And we know that because your report, if we can go to that for a moment.
Yes, got it in front of me, Mr. Hardy.
Thank you very much. A couple of references. So paragraph 194, so internal page 33. Consequently, the scope of the disagreement between the airport and the applicant for the inquiry may principally be around the terms of the mitigation agreement, which the airport will require to enable it to remove its aviation objection to the development. And then 203, cost, risk, burden, direct consequence of the wind farms that are being planned and consented in the vicinity of the aerodrome. And then the very last paragraph in that document, 219, the key dispute between the parties is the extent of the initial mitigation steps which have to be undertaken by the airport, and who bears the costs and risks of mitigating the adverse effects which the proposal will bring for as long as the turbines are in place. So that's where we are, isn't it? This is not a safety case. It's easy sometimes to characterize aviation cases as being safety cases. It's not that. You will be safe anyway. It's about who picks up the tab. Let's talk Turkey. That's where we are, isn't it?
We are having to deploy mitigation technology to address and enable wind farms to operate safely within the vicinity of the aerodrome. To do that, we're having to invest in technology that we wouldn't ordinarily not need to invest in. So there is that cost associated with that. And that's where the dispute is. It's a wide dispute. There is not unanimity in that area between the aviation and the renewable sector currently. So
yeah,
yes,
but that proves my point, doesn't it? Because you're going to have that technology. Well, the technology that's being bought, the technology will be in place anyway. It's about who pays for it, whether or not there's recovery from this applicant or other applicants in the future. So that's the point about cost, isn't it?
Well, I think my point is that we're deploying technology that we would not need to deploy should the wind farms not be in the vicinity of the aerodrome.
Yeah. I think the point's obvious, Mr. Thompson, that technology, even if you say it's technology that you wouldn't ordinarily have bought, has been bought, is going to be bought, therefore there will be safe ATC operations which persist. It's about who picks up the tab for them, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Very helpful. Now, you gave evidence at the Clauchrie inquiry, didn't you?
I did.
And your colleagues, the same people who presented the case at Clauchrie, are presenting the evidence here in the main. Have you read your transcript through? So one of the things that my client has done is prepared transcripts, verbatim transcripts of the evidence sessions. Have you read yours?
I have, Mr. Hardy.
Okay. I'm actually finding you quite difficult to hear.
Oh,
I don't know whether you're able to just speak, come a little bit closer to your microphone. That might help.
Apologies.
That's all right. So you've read your witness evidence, and can you just confirm for me that you stand by the evidence that was given during the cross-examination at Clauchrie?
I do.
Is there anything that, when you've read that cross-examination, that you think needs to change or be updated for this inquiry in the last 2 or 3 months?
I have read your transcript. I can't say I've read it over an extended period, but I have to stand by what I said at the inquiry. So,
well, you don't, with respect, Mr. Thompson. You could say, you know what, actually things have moved on, or in hindsight, I wish I hadn't said that, or there's something that was wrong. And I'm just interested because I'm going to put the same question to each of the witnesses because it'll save a lot of time. I am not going to repeat the lengthy cross-examination from Clauchrie if, in fact, I'm not going to get any further. We can just take that as the sort of starting point. So that's the reason. It may be, listen, it's a big question. And I'm happy for all the GPA witnesses to look at this overnight and come back to me and say, yes, but subject to these changes. That may be an efficient way of doing it. So I'm not holding you to it precisely, but in general terms, you've read your evidence, you're content with what you said.
Yes, I would, as you offered there, it may be prudent just for me to sort of review the content in more detail and advise the inquiry if my views have changed in any ways, or as you said, the situation's moved on in the last 3-4 months.
Excellent. I don't want to be don't want to be unfair to you, and I'm giving a heads up to the other witnesses too that there'll be a similar question. And I think that's an efficient way of doing it, because you had a week of cross-examination there. I'm not going to repeat it. We can just take that all as read. So I want to just look at a few points, if I may. So could we go to your transcript?
Yeah, I have it in front of me, Mr. Hardy.
And I'm interested at, to start with, at page 19.
I seem to have page numbers on.
On the version of the transcripts that have been loaded on the CMS extranet, there are page numbers on the bottom right-hand corner.
Unfortunately, the hard copy in front of me,
Okay. Then what I did with my hard copy, slightly laborious, but I went through and hand numbered the pages, but it's page 19.
that's just what I'm
I tell
doing.
you, what would be quicker if I can work from the back? It's about it's the 3 pages double-sided from the back.
Mr. Hardy, could you just confirm what's at the top of the page that you're looking at page 19?
Yes, so EM, when you say you took them into account to some extent.
Yes, that's the same as the digital version in terms of the digital page numbering on the copy I've got. Thank you.
Did you have that?
No, not got it, Mr. Hardy. Could you give me the last page number?
So if you've got handwritten numbers, then it would be page 19. And the top of that page, there is a question from the advocate, EM, that's Mr. McLeod, when you say you took them into account.
Got that page out, thank you.
Okay, perfect.
19.
That is page 19, and the other references are going to be after that. So it's only the last 6 pages of this transcript that I'm particularly interested in. Okay, so at the bottom of page 19, we've got a question from EM, just in very general terms. As I said, I don't want to go into the specific details if you're not comfortable with it. In general terms, one of the issues that needs to be addressed before Terma can come into full service is an understanding of probability of detection within your airspace. And you answered correct, didn't you, to that?
Yes.
Yeah, and so your answer is that's correct. That's done in the wider sense as part of the commissioning of flight trials. And then you said this over the page. It's looking good. We've got good performance right through the volume of the airspace, and we're comfortable that the upgrades that are being done to Terma, which we spoke about earlier today, we're comfortable that all the upgrades have made significant improvements in terms of performance. We're still to go through a full system operation trial, which we hope to do over the summer once the final part of the jigsaw goes through its site acceptance testing. So a couple of points arising from that. We'll come on to the procurement of Terma, but the point arising from that is that there have been some enhancements, haven't there? So things have only got better since the some of the Terma documentation, the procurement documentation, contractual documentation from 2014.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
It's certainly not got worse, have they? Terma aren't making a worse product now than they were before.
No.
Thank you. And you say you're still to go through a full system operational trial. We hope to do that over the summer. What's the position with that?
We've not yet at that point, Mr. Hardy. The last piece of the jigsaw which we spoke about was the radar recorder. That works was completed, so we are going through the documentation process with the regulator with a view to get approvals to do the operational trial. We haven't reached that stage yet, so we are hoping post this inquiry we can get focused on that and allow us to get the full operational trial as soon as absolutely possible.
And do you have a timescale for that?
Well, unfortunately, as I said to Mr. Warren earlier, sort of thing, we've got some responsibilities in respect of the support of COP26 through October and early November. So that's going to take up quite a lot of my time and a lot of my team's time in terms of support for that. So realistically, I think we'll be refocusing on the term, the wind farm radar mitigation safety case mid-November. It may take us up to Christmas to get approval from the regulator to commence the operational trials. So I think realistically now we're probably Q1 next year before we are in a position, hopefully, to get approval from the regulator to go operational with the radar.
Right. So Q1. So if you said by March 2022, is that fair?
That's fair.
So given the normal flow chart for decision making in this sort of inquiry, then it's going to be gone and through the system long before any decision is made on this scheme. Is that fair?
I would certainly hope so.
Thank you. Just looking in general terms at what the termer is trying to do, at the bottom of the next page, page 20, you see 4 lines up from the bottom. EM asks a question. When in operation later this year, they'll disappear from the radar screen altogether. That's talking about turbine clutter. You answered yes, in normal operation mode, ATC controller he will have, and that's always been our desire here, a majority, if not an all clean screen here, with no clutter shown on the new radar displays. And then they looked at South Carl and Windy Rig. And then if you turn over the page to page 21, about a third of the way down that page, EM, in very simple terms, the radar that will be, or the radar picture of Clauchrie was consented and constructed, the radar picture would be clean. And you said yes to that.
Yes.
Yep. So that's the objective, isn't it? To have a clean screen.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So in your evidence, one of the points in the inquiry report, one of the areas that you were going to be giving evidence on, is the effects of the proposal will have on the airport's air navigation services in the absence of mitigation. And in a number of places in the reports, you talk about the generic impacts of radar on the radar of turbine clutter. All of that's irrelevant, isn't it? Because the termer, what you're aiming for is a clean radar screen. It is going to be mitigated. There may be some other adverse effects that are around about, but the world that this reporter needs to be making his decision in is one of effective mitigation. That's right, isn't it?
Well, our absolute desire is to get a clean radar picture. That's why we do the individual optimization safeguarding processes. And the turbine engineers, once the wind farm is constructed, would come on site and hopefully optimize the radar to deal with it, sort of thing. So you're correct that the desire is to have a clean radar picture, but there are residual effects as a consequence of the turbines being in the environment that has an impact on our surveillance coverage.
Yeah. Well, we'll come on to all of that.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't want to cut you off. Sorry, it's difficult with a slight delay in the telecom. So I'm absolutely, my habit is not to cut off a witness in mid-flow. So if you haven't finished, absolutely do. So you carry on.
No, it's okay. I'm fine where I finished, Mr. Hardy.
All right. Well, if you feel I've interrupted, you do tell me, because it's slightly artificial with this sort of electronic communication. So yeah, that's what you're aiming for. But any evidence which is in the GPA material about the potential impacts of turbines absent mitigation is of no relevance to this inquiry, is it? Because we are in the world of mitigation. It's what's left that you're bothered about.
our desire is to provide clean radar pictures to the air traffic controllers and maintain our surveillance coverage to the same level it was before the wind farms were introduced into the environment.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the objective. The point I'm making is that that it is not necessary to look at a no mitigation world. That's not something the reporter needs to be concerned with, because the mitigation is in place. It's about, the argument is, what's left, any residual adverse effects.
We are attempting to provide the controllers with a clean radar
Yes,
display.
thank you very much. And we know that from page 21, 3 paragraphs up from the bottom, ST. I accept that, but my answer to that is the goal is to provide clean, clutter-free radar display picture to our radar controllers. We don't know yet whether we can mitigate the impact of the visible turbines from Clauchrie. We still have that body of work to do to allow me to discharge our duties, which are described in GPA 22. Now you could substitute Sankey for Clauchrie. That's fine. Over the page 22, you were asked a question about safety and what that means. In the middle of the page, Mr. McLaren said, I don't want to cover old ground, but I thought we'd agree that safety is not so much to do with the probability of detection PD within the confines of the wind farm space. It's to do with the probability of the interaction of two aircraft because of these, and you can substitute Sankey wind farm. And the answer to it was, I think we're talking about the same thing here. We're deploying technology that will allow us to maintain the track of the aircraft in the airspace above the proposed development, which will generate clutter. And if we can get a 3D value of greater than 90% through the technology I'm deploying, then I'm satisfied to discharge my duties as the person accountable to the CAA for the safety of air traffic movements in and around the airport. I'm satisfied I've got the quantitative data to allow me to remove our objection and have confidence at that point that Terma will be able to mitigate the clutter that's present from the visible turbines. So in that answer, it's a clear 90% PD test that you're setting yourself, isn't it? That's the point at which you say, satisfied about all of this, and Terma will mitigate, and I've satisfied my responsibilities to the CAA.
That's correct, Mr. Harden.
Thank you. Page 24. There is an answer that you give to a question which was put to you on page 23 about the task force. It's about policy changes. And I mean, if you want to turn back to the question, just put it into context, you can do that. Page 23, it's 4 paragraphs up from the bottom, EM. Okay, possibly the last section I wanted to look at was paragraph 38. That's in the context of net zero in the aviation working group and so on. And paragraph 38, yeah, you got that? You were asked about that. And then the question came top of page 24. You're not suggesting to the reporter, for example, simply because there's ongoing discussion at a high level on policy, you're not suggesting that he needs to attach a condition because of that. And you going, well, I'd never suggest anything to reporter. That's completely up to Mr. Orr to make his own decision. You're just using that as an example. You aren't saying that the policy task force here adds any weight to the call for the imposition of GPA's preferred condition, are you?
Well, I think all I'm trying to articulate, not only at the Clauchrie, but at this inquiry is that task force was set up by the Scottish Government ministers to address the long-term mitigation and the cohabitation in many ways of aerodromes and wind farms to achieve the net zero targets set by both the UK and the Scottish Government. So it's an important forum. There are other forums that are UK-wide as well, but I would never, ever suggest to Mr. Warren or to Mr. Hall that he has to make his own mind up in terms of the evidence presented before him.
Yeah, so it's contextual, very interesting. Lots of things going on, the world's changing, but you're not suggesting that that task force or what's going on at a higher policy level provides any higher level of justification for the condition that GPA seek to impose.
All I'm stating is that though that work is going on and it remains a work in progress, there are diverse views between the two industries that have not yet reached a consensus way forward.
Yeah, I'm going to say that it's irrelevant to the decision, the narrow decision for this report at this inquiry about the imposition of the condition. Do you agree with that? It's interesting background, but nothing more.
Well, I don't think it's irrelevant, but I would never suggest I would try to influence Mr. Warren's decisions on this. But there is much work still to be done across the UK as well as the Scottish area in terms of reaching consensus on the long-term provision of mitigation and who, again, at the core of our dispute, who pays for that long-term mitigation.
Similarly, the evidence in relation to the airspace change programme, that doesn't make the case for GPA's preferred condition any stronger, does it? And if I could put it another way, quite frankly, how the airspace is organised and what it's used for doesn't matter. This is about mitigation of the impacts which are caused by the Sanka-2 wind farm, nothing else. That's right, isn't it?
The only sort of correlation could be, should we have any IFP issues associated with our published flight paths that are impacted by the Sanka-2 proposal. As I mentioned in my report, and I'm speaking to the applicant, we are just going through that IFP assessment process. So hopefully we'll have those results quite soon, and we'll share with both the applicant and the inquiry.
I mean, you presumably have seen the preliminary results, have you, Mr. Thompson? I'm sure as exit. Have you not?
Mr. Hardy, it's, as I said earlier this morning with Mr. Brown and my evidence in chief, it's good. I believe the work's done, but I haven't. It's going through its internal safety assurance process with the contracted service that we. So I have not seen the output of the stage 1 IFP assessment yet.
What I was going to suggest to you is if there was a problem, then it probably would have been brought to your attention because the airport knows that you're getting evidence today. But is your evidence simply that you just don't know anything about it?
I have not got that report in front of me yet. So I'm not an IFP designer, so I'll
slightly different point. I want to be clear. You haven't got the report in front of you. Are you saying you don't have any indication of the preliminary results from that report that have been given to you?
No.
Okay. Do you know when that will be available, given that the inquiry sessions are finishing on Friday?
I'd hoped to have the report available to me last week. Unfortunately, it hasn't arrived yet. So if it does arrive this week, I will certainly share it this week. If it doesn't arrive this week, I will obviously share it as soon as possible when I receive it, both to the applicant and to Mr. Warren.
All right, thank you for that. Now, I want to go next to the evidence of the transcript of the evidence given by Mr. Fido. Clearly, Mr. Fido is going to give evidence himself, but I just want to look at some things that he said with you. So if you could look at his transcript.
Yep, I have it. Again, I don't have page numbers, unfortunately, on this one, so you might have to help me steer to the appropriate page.
Okay, well, let's do that. So I am on internal page 10, and at the top of that is it's DF for Mr. Fido. So internal page 10.
Yes, I have it, Mr. Hardy.
Okay, do you have that, sir? Yes, sir, do you have that?
I do, sorry, I was on mute. Yes, I do.
No, don't worry. Right, so EM, middle of the page. So I wanted to touch on wind turbines and some existing wind farms that there are at the moment, get your evidence on those. probability of detection. DFO, my understanding is that the trials that they did, they achieved a good level of detection. Yes, a little bit more specific, please. I don't recall what the number was, but it was enough. It met the airport's requirement. Higher than 90%. I should think so, yes, definitely. Then are there any wind farms within the airport's controlled airspace where the level of detection is less than 90%? I'm not aware of any at this moment in time, no. So in all cases where Terma has been involved, the probability of detection has exceeded 90%. Mr. Fido said, I believe that to be the case. Yes. Presumably, I mean, this is a central part of this case. You heard Mr. Fido give that evidence. And obviously, I'll be asking him whether he stands by that. But that's what he said. That's your understanding. Is it as well, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, it is, Mr. Hardy.
Thank you. Do you know what figure above 90% it was?
Well, there'll be individual figures for each of the wind farms. I don't
Uh-huh.
have them to hand, unfortunately.
Is it something that you could provide? So of the wind farms that have been assessed, so in answer to that question, well, all the wind farms, so in all cases where Terma has been involved, the probability of detection has exceeded 90%. Could you just provide us or provide the inquiry, not now, but perhaps some homework overnight, if I may be so bold as to set it, a little table telling us what the resultant probability of detection rate was?
I should be able to do that.
Thank you very much. Very grateful for that. You believe that to be the case now. Over the page 12, middle of the page, EM, in simple terms as possible. There's been some implication from some of the evidence over the last couple of days the term is reaching capacity. And I'm trying to understand is how much capacity is available, taking account of existing flight volume and existing built wind farms. Again, I'll ask Mr. Fido, but you deal with, you were the lead on the procurement of terms. So that's why I'm asking you this question. Mr. Fido said, look, I don't know specifically what that figure would be, but yes, there's capacity there at this time. The inference of reduction of shortage of capacity in the future is a different thing. And I think what they've said is the capacity that's available is being occupied, and it will be occupied. And in the future, should the airport's capacity increase, that they need to do their operating with, which is not the wind farms, it's not all the ground clutter, it's the real work they do. If that increases, and it starts to become a problem where this other capacity that's been taken away is impacting its ability to do that. That's the problem they're seeking to assure against. As it says in Mr. Rees' document, that's self-adapting. So it sees there's more requirement for more application to real aircraft returns. It will start to discard those that are necessary, such as those wind turbines or other effects, which means that they could then start to appear and cause problems further. So there isn't a capacity problem at the moment, at this moment in time. In the future, there might be. We don't know what that will be. And again, it's one of those imposed risks, as we haven't got all of the capacity we could have had if we hadn't had all those turbines around us. That's a long answer. But in short, Mr. Fido is saying there is no capacity problem, isn't he?
Well, I'm not sure that's exactly what he's saying, and you probably...
Well, capacity at this time, let me be specific, what he's saying, at this time, there is no capacity problem.
At this time, we have capacity.
Yeah, thank you.
That's fair to say.
And what's interesting in that answer is that there's a sort of differentiation between the work that's been done on the unwanted things, if you can put it like that, the wind farms and so on. But then the real work are the seems to me to be referring to an uptick in the aviation returns. Is that your reading of that answer? It's in the middle of that paragraph. It's not the wind farms and not all the ground clutter. It's the real work that they do. If that increases, and it starts to become a problem when this other capacity that's been taken away. So the concern is about an upturn or uptick in, using that horrible word that seems to have crept into language. That's an increase in aviation movements, isn't it? That's the concern.
I'm not sure that's what Mr. Fido's attempted to articulate there. So probably.
Well, I can ask him.
ask him.
I can ask him clearly. But so far as capacity at the moment is concerned, Mr. Fido, he's the specialist as you defer to. There's no difficulty, is there?
It's not anticipated at the moment.
Thank you. And if you turn over the page to page 13, that was nailed down, wasn't it, by Mr. McLeod, who said, well, in the middle of the page, for the purposes of this particular inquiry, and I'm going to again substitute Sanker for Clauchrie, for the purposes of this particular inquiry, the reporter doesn't have to be concerned about the level of capacity this wind farm would use up within the existing term, does he? Mr. Fido said, no, I'd imagine they're sufficient for this one, but that's not what we're talking about. That's a direct answer, isn't it, to that question?
Yep.
Yeah. And so if we put Sanker in there, this reporter doesn't need to be worried about capacity for the Sanker wind farm, does he?
Well, I'm just interested in the final parts of Mr. Fido's statement there, but that's not what we're talking about, is it? So
well, what you're talking
again, it would be better maybe if you could just clarify with Mr. Fido when you.
Yeah, I will do. I will do. Of course, you're saying you're raising an issue. I'm going to suggest that what Mr. Fido, and I'll deal with this with him directly, but what actually you've got that sort of clutter from wind farms and so on, but actually the concern is that capacity has been taken up, but it's when aviation, or if aviation picks up, that there'd be a concern. That's the sort of residual capacity concern, but the extant capacity is there, isn't it, for both Clauchrie and Sanker? As matters stand today, capacity is not something that this reporter needs to be concerned about, is it?
In many ways, it depends when Sanker is consented. There may be at that point other wind farms that have already gone through the consent process, starting to eat into the existing capacity of Terma.
Mm-hmm. Well, just deal with that now, because we sat through your maps and plans, which was interesting electronically. And what you say is that there are 515 turbines which are in line of sight. I think our calculation is that there are 620 turbines in total. So from cradle to grave, 620. And what you're suggesting is 515 in line of sight. Is that's your evidence? Yeah. That 515 is from twinkling in a developer's eye, isn't it? Through to turbines which are spinning.
That's correct.
Yeah. You haven't provided any figure of the number of turbines that are very early in the process and in normal circumstances would come after the grant of consent and the construction of Sanker, have you?
Well, again, I refer to my previous answer. I'm not sure when Sanker will be at the point of consent, construction and operation.
No, but you're not sure about when those other turbines are going to be consented or operational, and they may well come after Sanker. And as you know, I think we'll come back to this with either you or other witnesses. You seem to think it an odd position for a developer to take, to say first come, first serve. But that's exactly what we're saying. And if that's right, you don't provide any evidence, do you, about the number of turbines that might come after Sanker and that would have to make their own way in the system? That's not evidence that you give.
Not evidence I give, but we're trying to find a fair and equitable way to utilize the technology that's getting deployed not only for today, but for the next 40 years.
Well, we'll come on to that. Fair and equitable is interesting. Interesting use of language. And page 13, just to finish off those points, 3 paragraphs up from the bottom, DF. This is about further upgrade plan to Terma. DF, I think the planned upgrade to Terma is a little bit misleading because Terma have developed their equipment to a different level and to a different specification. That's not currently what's available in the airport's radar. The airport have capacity for what they need at the moment. They don't need to take that option at this moment. However, the option's there should they need. And again, that would be an option that would be induced upon them by having more turbines in the environment. If turbines didn't come on, they could live quite happily as they are without having to go to that upgrade. Now, we'll come on to Terma in a little bit, but it's a modular system, isn't there? And there can be both a power and a processor upgrade. That's one of the benefits of having that modular system.
That's correct.
Thank you. But at the moment, nothing required. And then Mr. McLeod says, sorry, that's my fault. I must have understood Ms. Kilpatrick's evidence. I thought she was saying that it was necessary to upgrade the term and that was happening relatively soon. And Mr. Fido says that's a different upgrade. That's an upgrade to maintain the performance of range, which is a transmitter upgrade, not a, it's not a processing upgrade. Thank you. Next is the evidence of Miss Kilpatrick, and I did at one point. Again, I'm going to put questions to her, but one question about her evidence at Clauchrie, which leads on to then some more detailed questions that I want to ask you about the same topic. So, if you could turn to her transcript.
Yes, I've got it, Mr. Hardy.
And it is internal page 26. So that is 11 pages from the back. And to identify that page, on page 26, top left-hand corner is ZK and the words "in what sense."
Nope. Can you give me another pointer? No, don't have it. Oh,
Yes.
I've got it, Mr. Hardy. Thank
Have you got that? Great.
Yeah.
So obviously I'm going to cross-examine at length on some of this material, but the evidence that was given at Clauchrie about the agreements and the life cycle of Terma and so on. Mr. Cloud said, what do the agreements say? What do the agreements say in general terms about what happens when you need to replace Terma? Kilpatrick said, well, that risk lies with the airport. The risk sits with the airport. The airport needs to find a solution to mitigate. It's the airport's responsibility to do that as a result of those agreements. Then Mr. McLeod said, so you're contractually obliged to existing wind farm developers to install a new wind farm tolerant radar system when Terma reaches the end of its natural life. Kilpatrick said, we're not obliged to install a new radar. We're obliged to provide mitigation under our CAA licensing. We need to maintain a system that provides safe airspace. So we're obligated to do that going forward. Our obligation is to the CAA. The wind farm agreements we're talking about provide payment. Those have all been upfront lump sum payments that recognise there's an additional cost and risk burden to the airport in providing that mitigation, and hence the payment that's required as part of that. I'm interested in your responsibilities and role in both the procurement of Terma and then also in the wind farm mitigation agreements. And just to key this into your report, why I'm asking you the question is because in paragraph 1 of your report, you tell us that I was and remain lead in the ODU procurement and delivery of the wind farm radar mitigation system, incorporating the Terma Scanter 4002 X-band radar Terma. And then also you tell us that you've spent a considerable amount of time working with collaboratively and so on to enable, I think it's your paragraph 11, collaborative approach has enabled the airport to successfully resolve aviation objections. So you were lead involvement, weren't you, in the procurement of the Terma?
That's correct.
Okay. And you've also been involved in the discussions and the collaborative approaches, you say, that have taken place with the wind farm operators.
Yes, but only in the context of the technical and operational enabling. I have no involvement in the mitigation agreement process.
Okay, well, perhaps you can help us with that then. Who is the appropriate witness to be asking questions about the wind farm mitigation agreement?
That would be Ms. Kilpatrick.
Okay, so if I can just put these questions to you, maybe we can deal with these very quickly, because you say, Ms. Kilpatrick, and I'm going to put each of these questions to each of the witnesses. So there's going to be a form to this, but there's about 7 of them. So if you just bear with me, what the charging structure which underlies the latest version of the wind farm management agreement is what?
I don't know the detail, Mr. Hardy.
If you don't know the detail, what about the basic principles?
The basic principles are a per megawatt process, but I really don't get involved in the detail of the agreements.
So it's a per megawatt process, per megawatt structure. So presumably, the more megawatts that generated, the higher the fee. Is that the?
Again,
That's the base.
purely,
No, I'm not asking,
speculating.
Mr. Thompson. I'm not. Let me be clear. I'm not asking you to answer questions which go beyond your level of expertise. Absolutely not. General principle, per megawatt hour, at that high level. If you produce more, you pay more. Is that your understanding?
That's all I know in respect of the agreement structure, is that there is a per megawatt calculation as part of the process.
Yeah, and that, just to be clear, is in the latest iteration of the deal, because we're told, aren't we, that the wind farm mitigation agreement has changed, and that there's a more modernized one. I think it's in its 3rd iteration. That's the most recent iteration, isn't it? That basic principle of a per megawatt hour charge remains there.
That's my understanding.
Okay. Are you able to give any indication of those, the costings, how the bandings work, or?
No.
Okay. What do you actually get for your money? So if are you able to help with that? So you enter into a wind farm mitigation agreement. What does a developer get for its money? Just at the high level that you can talk about.
Again, it's probably not an area where I can add any real value, but my remit here is to provide the ability for wind farms and air traffic to coexist for the life of the wind farm. So as time goes on, there will be a need to continue to invest in that technology to address, ensure we maintain a safe air traffic service.
Yes, of course. What you tell us is that you, in your paragraph 10 of your report, if I can just read back to you what you tell us, it would be appropriate to state that at least 50% of my time has been taken up over the last 6 years in overseeing the installation of the wind farm radar mitigation system and active engagement with developers in collaborative efforts to enable the removal of aviation objections to wind farms in the vicinity of the airport. Now, the only way that the airport will resolve an objection is if you sign an NDA, which then leads to the wind farm mitigation agreement. So presumably 50% of your time, a percentage of that 50% has been spent on encouraging, cajoling, forcing, whatever the right phrase is, developers to enter into the WMA.
Certainly not part of my role, Mr. Hardy. My role is quite specific in terms of working with a developer to meet my regulatory obligations.
Right, but I don't quite understand that, because if the airport's position is that it won't withdraw an objection unless a wind farm mitigation agreement has been entered into, and if you say you spend half of your life actively engaging with developers, how, with respect, can you not be involved in the detail of WMAs and explaining to developers what that would entail?
It's certainly not part of my remit. My work with the developers is, meeting my safeguarding requirements to discharge my accountabilities. And that,
so again, sorry, you go.
And that takes up considerable, time and effort on my behalf. There's numerous developers who are at, as we spoke about earlier, at various stages in the whole process, and it takes a lot of time and effort to engage and generate the results that I need to discharge my accountabilities.
Yes.
That's the extent of my role.
Okay.
I think it would be wrong for to ask me on areas that I don't get involved in.
Absolutely. What I made very plain, I'm very fair, I hope, in questions. I'm not going to ask you to discuss areas that you don't know about. I'm just trying to understand. But what I do want to do is know, because I don't want to miss my opportunity. I want to know where to direct questions about the wind farm mitigation agreement. And what I'm hearing from you is, I know the broad architecture, got that established. That's a payment per megawatt hour. But the details, otherwise, not for me, and from the sound of it, of the witnesses fielded by GPA, that's going to be for Miss Kilpatrick. Is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Hall.
Is there anybody else that I should be asking? Again, don't want to miss the chance. Anybody I should be else asking for about WMAs?
No.
Okay. Costings. Do you get involved in the costings of mitigation, the various elements, the flow charts and so on that have been the table of cost and risk?
My role in the costings is in relation to organising flight trials and modelling work and optimization trials, which we have. These are third party contracted by the airport.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
and you could in many ways, I just sort of play middleman in that process sort of thing. So that's the extent of my involvement in the costings associated with.
Right. So again, it's a general question then. I want to understand the witness to whom I should direct questions about costings for the various elements of mitigation and the various stages in the flow chart and the table of cost and risk. If it's not you, and I understand you say, well, yes, I can, but it's only on those limited matters, the flight trials optimization. Who would give? Who should I question?
Well, I mean, principally Ms. Kilpatrick in terms of the mitigation agreement. In terms of the components that we will require to continually to invest in, sort of thing. I mean, it's a legitimate question to ask others in the team.
All right, then I'll ask all of them, because the evidence that is before the reporter is this, that the applicant has suggested through its professional witness a cost of £60,000 for the elements of mitigation that we say are referable to this wind farm. And the airport's provided nothing to gainsay that so far. So you're not providing any evidence, are you, to contradict Mr. Parkinson's calculation? Well,
Mr. Parkinson's calculations are based on a conversation that he had with me in it was either the February 21 meeting or the April 21, and where I gave a broad outline of the safeguarding steps that I would need to go through to discharge my duties.
That's all good by background. My question was, you aren't producing any evidence yourself, are you, to gainsay the figure put forward? If you disagree with it, then let's see it. Like, absolutely. Well, let me just ask the question. If I give you the courtesy, then just appreciate if you give me the courtesy of asking the question. That you are entitled at the airport to put forward a schedule of costs for any or each and every element of the mitigation flow chart and the table of costs and risks. At the moment, you don't. You've provided no costings at all. So the state of play is we have, you haven't. You are not producing any evidence yourself, are you, of costings?
I don't believe we've submitted any evidence, but I do remember sending Mr. Fryer outline costing for the initial stages of my safeguarding process in October last year.
Yeah, and that's what we're based our figures on. Mr. Thompson. So we're just using what you told us, and therefore that would seem to be a good basis on which to move forward. And we've given that figure at 60,000. So far, the airport has not costed up anything, has it?
Costed up anything in respect
No,
of?
there's no evidence from the airport. You write lots of text. We've got reams and reams of paper, but nowhere do you tell the reporter what the figures are for any of the elements in either the mitigation flow chart or the table of cost and risks, do you?
I don't believe we've submitted evidence to that effect.
No. So, I mean, let's just say, I mean, if you produce figures, depending on when they're produced and what they say, applications for costs and so on, that might be helpful. But just say you don't, then at the end of this inquiry session, the only evidence before the reporter will be the calculation produced by Mr. Parkinson based on or feeding back the figures that he was given by the airport. That would be the state of play, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Yeah, it would have to be late evidence from the airport with all the consequences if you want to do that. But at the moment, there is nothing in numerical terms from the airport to gainsay the applicant's case.
Correct.
Correct. So, and in terms, can we agree this a bit further than that? The 60,000 that has been put forward by Mr. Parkinson, as you've helpfully indicated, based on conversations with you and feeding back costs from the airport, can we agree that is a reasonable cost for those elements? Leaving aside, let me just be clear, leaving aside, I'm not saying you can't argue that other things are necessary, and that we can have a debate about that. But if the applicant's evidence was accepted about the scope of works, can we agree that that figure of £60,000 is a reasonable figure to pay for them?
The £60,000 that Mr. Parkinson and I spoke about, and we broke it down, no, more than that, was in respect of all the safeguarding processes that I need to do prior to removing my objection or the airport's objection. There are some costs that will come post construction, which is confirmatory flight trials and optimization works that we did not speak about as part of that conversation we had in either February or April this year. That's post construction costs. The costs that we spoke about were the pre-construction costs to allow the airport to get to a position where it could, subject to meeting our safety requirements, be in a position to remove its objection.
Yeah. So what I want to get to is that the scope of mitigation works that is accepted by the applicant and what we're prepared to pay for. So what I want to understand is, given that scope of works, that you've got the three elements, that the £60,000 can we agree is fair and reasonable to pay for those? There may be an argument about something else that you want to talk about, but in terms of those, that scope of works, that's fair and reasonable, isn't it, as a figure?
Well, from some of the evidence that was presented yesterday in terms of the 100-metre microsighting, they may be, which is unusual from a modelling point of view, and it's not something that Terma normally model against. They normally provide costs for 50 metres microsighting. So there is likely to be additional costs to do the modelling at 100 metres microsighting, Mr. Hardy.
Well, I don't accept that, because the turbines will be where they are. So optimization will be post construction, won't it? So whether they are at a grid location or they're 100 meters away, unless that is going to impact on the inter-turbine spacing sensitivity of turbine, it won't make any difference.
Well, I'm just relating to the inquiry, having been through this process with another developer, there was additional costs for modelling for 100 meters microsighting.
Right. Well, I ask the question again, and then I'll move on. The £60,000 provided, do you accept that that is a fair and reasonable sum for the scope of works that is being agreed by the applicant?
It is a sum that is for all the pre-construction processing.
Work that we have agreed needs to be done. Is that a fair and reasonable figure at 60,000?
sorry, Ms. Hardy, it's a figure that's, I can't give you a final answer on that, because it will depend on if there's any supplementary works that needs to be done with the IFPs. My understanding from yesterday's evidence is that there is 100-meter microsighting. That, from my experience, generates additional costs from Terma. So can't give you 60,000 as being the exact figure. It's
There or thereabouts. Can we agree that?
It's yes, there or thereabouts. I think
All right. Well,
it's
if
as good as I can provide at this stage.
That's very fair of you. So if I can just take a note of that. So for the scope of works proposed by the applicant, £60,000 is there or thereabouts. Is that a fair summary?
Well, yes, it could be 20% either side, sort of thing. So
there or thereabouts. I'm not going to say, I'm not holding you to it, but there or thereabouts. So the reporter would be, in his having the degree of confidence, would be able to say, yeah, that's about right. Maybe 61,000, maybe 59,000. It's there or thereabouts. It's in the right ballpark. We've agreed on that, haven't we?
it's in the right ballpark.
In the right ballpark. Thank you. That's helpful. Now, in terms of so I'm going to leave those other questions about WMA, and I'm just going to say I will put those to each witness, because I want to give the airport 5 opportunities to change its mind before I write fairly punchy closing submissions. So there will be the same questions, and it's probably just a heads up for the other witnesses. But I'm going to leave it there with you, Mr. Thompson, because you've been fair about the limit of your experience. And I want to turn to the second of the topics, which is the procurement of Terma. Sir, I don't. It's a new topic.
Sorry, Mr. Hardy, to interrupt you in there mid-flow. I was just wondering, as you're changing topics, would that be an appropriate point at which to break for lunch?
I was just about to say it's a new topic. It's 12:42. So if you thought it was suitable, sir, then that might be a chance just to take the lunch break.
Lovely. Yeah, well, I think that is a good time to do so.
Yes, very happy.
So if we could return at 1:45, please, and resume. So that's 1:45. We'll resume. Mr. Brown.
Yes, sorry to interrupt, sir, but I was just thinking about the discussion this morning about the number of witnesses for today, and Mr. Hardy said it would depend upon how far he got, and I just wondered whether Mr. Hardy is able to give an indication as to whether he thinks it will be only 2 witnesses today or whether we'll get to 3.
I think we're 2. I think it'll be 2 witnesses today. I think just planning it out, 2 witnesses today. It's quite a lot for Mr. Fido and Ms. Kilpatrick. That'll be all of all of Thursday and all of Friday morning, I think.
Yes. So that being the case, sir, would it be in order to tell Mr. Kirkland that he can stand down for?
I think so. But the alternative, I mean, there is an outside possibility of him giving evidence in chief. I don't know how long you'd be in chief with Mr. Kirkland. Do you have an idea?
Well, maybe about an hour.
Right. Okay. In which case, no, I think that'll be tomorrow.
Yes.
Mr. Brown, yes, I'm happy for you to stand him down on that basis. I think 2 witnesses would be appropriate today.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'll see you all at 1:45. Mr. Thompson, just a reminder again, the same applies. Please don't speak to any of your colleagues during the break, but you can turn your video off. Thank you.
Understand, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I hope everybody is back. Mr. Thompson, are you ready to resume?
Answer.
Great, thank you. Okay, Mr. Hardy, whenever you're ready, thank you.
Very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Thompson. So we were going to move on to the new topic, really, of the Terma procurement, and what you tell us at the in paragraph 1 of your report is that you were the lead in the ODU procurement and delivery of the wind farm radar mitigation system, incorporating the Terma Scanta 4002 expand radar. So just by way of introduction to the topic, what was your role in selection and purchase of the Terma?
My role, Mr. Hardy, was to oversee that process. So very much involved in the initial spec of the requirements of the WFRMS, and we broke that down into various lots. We then worked with our aviation consultant to develop the functional specification. We went to market in line with the ODU procurement process, evaluated the returns. There's a few iterations of that process. You then have a formal tender evaluation committee set up, and there's a formal scoring mechanism to hopefully arrive at the right answer in terms of the technology that you are procuring, both in terms of its capability, but in terms of the quality of the equipment and the stability of the provider of the equipment. So yeah, it's quite a detailed process to go through.
Yeah, familiar with ODU. Obviously, we deal with that as lawyers too. So I know that it was more your involvement and ultimate choice of this equipment. Was that you? I mean, obviously in collaboration with others, but did you say yes, that's the one?
Yes, in collaboration with others. We went through a pretty strict process, as I've mentioned in my short introduction there, and there's a scoring mechanism that you review the bidders based on different categories, and you then hopefully come out with an answer that chooses a winner, and you then go for final approval process through the company, executive team and the board.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Your paragraph 159 of your report.
Yes.
You say this, that we believe the Terma Scanta 4002 was and still is the best product on the market when we evaluated the response to our ODU tender in 2016. So there were others, there were other options, but in terms of value for money and quality of what you were getting, the Terma did the job, didn't it? It came out, it scored the best.
Yeah, I stand by that statement in my
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of what the Terma can do and the things that would have caught your eye, I'd like to just look at some of the Terma documentation, if we may. And one of those is CD 013 017.
Yes, I have that document, Mr. Hardy.
Thank you. This is a Terma produced document. It's a series of PowerPoint slides on the why X-band radar is a good thing. And so it's the format of this document's a little bit broken up, but I'm particularly interested in internal page 9.
Yes.
And I mean, one of the features of Terma is its high resolution, and in particular, its ability over less sophisticated systems to pick up small targets, so drones and UAVs. There's not much in here. There are some other technical information which I may go to with Mr. Fido, but one of the things that would have caught your eye would have been its accuracy, isn't it? Its ability to pick up those in terms of airspace changes that are coming, those small moving objects such as UAVs or drones?
It certainly wasn't our focus, Mr. Hardy, in terms of the UAV technology. Focus was finding a mechanism to allow wind turbines and the NSP to sort of coexist.
Yeah.
So
all right, not a primary focus, of course,
no,
in terms of the airport's objectives, but it is a selling point, isn't it, of Terma, that it might not be. You say in your report there's not a silver bullet and dealing with all consequences and so on, but one of the things that Terma says that it can do is pick out small objects like UAVs and birds and drones.
Yes, but in context of this document, that will be at short range.
Yeah, of course.
Terma can be set up at various different instrumented range. And actually, no, paradoxically, that is one of the main issues that we are having with, or we had with the Terma in terms of its ability to pick up small RCS at range. And it's one of the reasons why we still haven't got it into operational service at the moment, is our flight trials have shown that its ability to pick up small targets at range, particularly at lower altitude, is one of the drawbacks of the system. So hence my reference to silver bullet in paragraph 161.
That's interesting. In terms of that, no silver bullet, is that the principal reason for delay?
No, there's other reasons, and Mr. Fido will go into that much more detail than I ever possibly could.
So I'm just interested in the sort of things that Terma were saying that might catch the eye of the airport. And if we could just turn on in that document to page 31 in passing, there's an interesting reference. So internal page 31, you'll see a slide. In addition, the trials so far have clearly shown that an X-band system has the performance capability to not only operate as an infill solution for wind farm mitigation, but also as a replacement primary radar with mitigation capability for airport applications. And there are other examples, aren't there, Teesside, for instance, where Terma is the primary, is the PSR.
That's correct.
Thank you. So that's one document. Over the page, there's another document from Terma. This is the airport surveillance radar document, so CD013-018. And
that one, Mr. Hardy.
Have you got that? Oh, yeah. So no, that is that's the next document in the run. That's CD013.018, and it's called airport surveillance radar.
No, I don't have that one yet. Just bear with me 2 minutes. Thank you. I do have it now.
Okay. And I mean, this is general promotional literature, I accept, but it's Terma and the way they badge their product. You can see on page 2 under the heading product characteristics, the description of the transmitter as being fully modular, fault tolerant, solid state. There's the 2 channels. And then at the bottom of that third paragraph, video processing performed on both normal radar video and MTI video includes automatic adaptation to the environment, channel combining interference, filtering, Doppler processing to suppress stationary targets as well as moving clutter. And what that leads Terma on to say on page 3, proven and reliable. Most of the world's large ports and airports already rely on Terma surveillance or security solutions, given 60 years of experience in detecting very small land, sea and air targets in extreme weather conditions. Scanter 4002 is operational in several international airports, providing reliable air surveillance in areas with severe wind farm clutter. See that? It's a product, isn't it, which Terma market, not just at your small scale occasional wind turbines, but severe wind farm clutter environments.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. We've got some of the specifications on that on that page, but I can probably generalize it in this way. You, the airport, will have had, you've read all of that literature and you say, well, this looks like the product for us. Our task is that we want a system to do the following. And one of those criteria presumably will have been capacity. So will have been the number of tracks that the scanner could cope with, yeah?
Yes, that's correct.
So when you were procuring the scanner, what were you asking Terma in relation to capacity?
My recollection of the documents was at least 500 tracks.
And that's so there was a reference, you'll have heard the cross-examination of Mr. Parkinson. There was that, there's a reference, isn't there, to 1,000, and then there was the greater than 500 figure. And that's been dealt with. But I'm interested in what you were signing up to in handing over large sums of money for the term, and what you were requiring, what you were buying. So when you were in discussion with Terma, what did you have to say about the capacity that you required?
We, as part of that process, as part of our tender documents, specified what we required in terms of our capability. I can't remember the exact figure in front of me, sort of thing, but in terms of the tender return documents, we were satisfied with the number of tracks that were provided as part of the tender returns from Terma.
Right. But in terms of a figure, if you're spending millions of pounds, is it not, or would it have been a reasonable assumption of mine to say, well, the airport would know what the minimum capacity was and what its upper limit of capacity was, so it might need to know when an additional plug-in was to be bought, or something of that sort?
When we went to OJU 2015, I don't think we were that specific.
Well, in the time since then, have you asked the question of Terma about what you've bought? Has anybody asked Terma, spent these millions of pounds with you?
Or?
Yeah, capacity, yeah. So we spent these millions of pounds with you. What's the capacity of the kit we've bought? Have you asked that?
We've had conversations with Terma through the process, many conversations. We procured with, we were satisfied with the number of tracks that were available when we procured the document. The wind farm environment has changed considerably over the last 4 years. We will have to address that going forward, which is part of our in terms of long-term cost and risk to the airport.
Yeah, mine's a factual question. In terms of what you've bought, you've spent millions of pounds of money. What's the capacity of the Terma that you purchased? How many tracks?
It's greater or equal to 500 tracks.
What does that mean? But what does that mean?
Mr. Fido will probably give more detail on it, but that's the number of tracks internally that the radar can deal with at any one time.
Yeah, but
that includes turbines. It also includes aircraft. It also includes other moving targets as well.
Yeah.
But that's what we've procured currently. Now right. that will inevitably have to increase the capacity of that as the wind farm environment gets more proliferated around the airport. There's no question about that.
Let's just take that in stages. It's agreed between us. There isn't a problem with capacity at the moment, and that's established. What I'm trying to understand is the knowledge that the airport has about what it's bought. And the evidence that you're giving is that it was prepared to hand over millions of pounds for a system which has an undefined upper limit, so greater than 500, and that could be 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. And unless I'm wrong, you seem to be saying you don't know and haven't asked that question.
Well, we've asked we know what the lower limit is in terms of its capability.
I'm asking about the upper limit.
We don't know what the upper limit is. Those will be discussions. In fact, those are discussions that are ongoing with Terma.
Have you asked a direct question of Terma about the upper limit of the assemblage that you currently have? A
No.
direct question.
No.
One of the things that happened at Clauchrie was a series of questions and answers that was put to the engineer, to one of the engineers at Terma, so Mr. Michael Rees. And I wonder if we could turn to those that document now. So the Q&A, that's the applicant's document 002016.
Yes, I have it in front of me, Mr. Hardy.
Do you have that?
Yes, I do.
And following the exchange of evidence at Clauchrie, there was a list of questions that were put to Mr. Michael Rees, 14th of June, as we can see, designed to help the reporter. And number one really is about how the system works. So what factors are considered when you predict the impact on probability of prediction for radar coverage volume and so on. The second part of that question is interesting because, and I can deal with this in more technical detail with Mr. Fido, but I want to just pick up the point now, just to get it out into the open. If the interturbine spacing in a proposed development is greater than 500, what significant 500 meters, what significance would that have when taken into account with any other factors which fall to be considered? That's important, isn't it? Just at a general level, because Terma distinguish between turbine arrays with interturbine spacing between below and above 500 meters, don't they?
They do, but I think that question was asked specifically in reference to where the proposed Clauchrie wind farm was relative to the airport and the spacing of the Clauchrie turbines.
Yes, of course. It's a specific question. I said I'm raising it in general terms because Terma are interested, aren't they? And we can go, I'll go with Mr. Fido to some of the technical materials. They're interested in interturbine spacing, and 500 meters is a threshold. But that's question one. And then there's a response given to how the mitigation, how the scanty works, and we don't probably need to read through that. Over the page, on my page onto page 2, the first paragraph under the bullet points, you can see reference to interturbine spacing from Mr. Rees, and what he says: the effect of interturbine spacing depends on distance between the radar and the turbines, as well as the wind farm layout, define wind farm area, range resolution, fixed value, azimuth resolution is an angular value, but then hence if the interturbine spacing in a proposed development is greater than 500 meters, the impact and mitigation effect would depend on distance between the radar and wind farm, as well as wind farm layout and defined area. So that's just flagging up, isn't it, the significance of a 500 meter threshold?
Well, again, those questions were asked specifically in respect to the position of Sanker relative to the aerodrome.
Or to Clauchrie, yes.
Yes, sorry, apologies to Clauchrie.
Yeah, but elsewhere, I mean, if you're not competent or don't feel able to answer the question, then don't. But elsewhere in the Terma documentation, it talks about the importance of interturbine spacing. I thought this was a neat way of picking it up. I mean, do you at least accept this, that interturbine spacing is a relevant consideration?
General terms, yes, but specifically, I think you need to push that question in the direction of Mr. Fido, who's the expert in this area.
Have you? Okay, that's very fair. I take it from that you don't have detailed knowledge of the interturbine spacing at Sanker.
For the 12
Yes.
turbines? Honest answer, probably not.
No. Okay. Well, the position is that it's about 700 meters. It's above the 500 meters, and the significance of that I'll pick up with Mr. Fido. But I just want to put the issue out there. Okay. Two, I don't need to deal with. That's waffle patterns to be flown on flight trials. Can leave that. Third question asked was, once the terminal is in operation, do you foresee any requirement for manual intervention to ensure that the terminal radar can successfully mitigate a new wind farm development with inter-turbine spacing greater to 500 meters within the declared operational coverage? And if so, what manual intervention is required? As mentioned in previous responses, introducing new wind farms within radar coverage after entering operation require a new assessment and optimization of the radar. Inter-turbine spacing is only one parameter which, in combination with others, distance layout and define wind farm area, determine the impact effect of wind turbine mitigation, i.e. An inter-turbine spacing of 500 meters by itself, no guarantee of impact. Part of the radar process is maintaining an internal map, and on it goes. So probably a question you may say, Mr. Fido, I think that's at the limit of your knowledge about inter-turbine spacing. Mr. Thompson, is that fair?
I think it would be appropriate.
Okay. Flight trials don't need to do with number 4. 5, for a radar in operational service that's already been optimized, would the effect of ground clutter, so desensitization, aircraft ground and turbine video coalescing, be a major consideration for the planning of proposed new wind towers within turbine spacing of 500 meters? What other factors would be considered? The answer: high clutter levels in specific areas may have an impact on performance of a radar. Whether it gives rise to concern is up to the end user and his operational requirements. That's basically saying you look at each site on its own merits, don't you? Yeah,
that's correct.
Okay. 6, over the page. Does the recommended planned maintenance for the radar require any tasks that are solely related to the presence of wind turbines within radar coverage? And the answer to that is no, isn't it?
That's correct.
There's no reason why. And of course, that was a question asked in relation to Clauchrie, but there's no reason why the answer in that to that question in relation to Sanka would be any different, is there?
Not for planned maintenance activities.
Okay. So once it's up and optimized, there aren't any other things that termers say you have to do.
Well,
no tasks solely related to the presence of wind turbines within radar coverage that you have to do.
Well, I in respect of answering this question is that it's incumbent on me to continue to ensure that the performance of the radar, that when it was commissioned, remains effective through the life of it. If the environment changes, I have to sort of review that, and we have processes internally as part of our planned maintenance process to do periodic reviews of the coverage.
Well, that's a matter for you. Terma itself, this was the question asked to assist the reporter at Clauchrie, is whether or not Terma say you have to do anything more in relation to the presence, tasks solely referable to the presence of wind turbines in the radar coverage. And it said no, didn't it?
Well, Mr. Rees gave his answer, and we respect his answer.
Well, good. So in this case, you're happy for that answer, because that isn't a Clauchrie specific answer, is it? It's about common sense tells you that can apply to Sanka. So does the recommended plan maintenance, or the question that's asked in question 6, we can agree that no would also apply here in this inquiry?
In general terms, yes.
Thank you. So in general terms, Terma don't agree there's anything more to do. Once you've set it up, once you've optimized it, that's good to go, aren't you?
Well, we take it to another stage as well, is that like any equipment, it ages over time, and we have to track the performance of the radar over time in terms of its power levels and its performance against specifications. So if we find any droppage in that, then as part of our internal process, we would need to address it. And that could be conversations with Terma in terms of looking at any degradation in the components of the radar that's resulting in a drop off in range or performance.
Yeah, Terma don't raise that, do they? And if we're looking for best evidence, you might have whats and ifs and therefores and all of those matters. But asked a specific question because this was raised at Clauchrie. Terma's response is, once this is set up and optimized, good to go, nothing more to do, don't they?
They've answered that specific question. What I'm trying
Yes.
to answer to you as well as an extension of that is we have our own internal processes to track any drop off in performance.
Yeah, that's all I want to ask on that. Then there's a question about Terma white paper performance, which I'll probably pick up with Mr. Fido. There's an interesting paper in relation to Copenhagen. And I think some questions were put by the advocate in relation to the Lilgren wind farm, but I'll raise those with Mr. Fido. That is that document. Thank you. You can put that away. And then the final matter that I want to raise with you is the Sunday Post article. So it's a sort of slightly different tack, and that is APP 002 0114.
Sorry, Mr. Hardy, I don't have that in front of me currently.
Okay, so it's on the extranet site. That is it's an article headed article from Sunday Post newspaper, 1st of August 2021.
For a minute or so to have it in front of me.
Of course, I want you to have it.
Just excuse me a minute, Mr.
Of course, yep. Yep, it was on the list of, there's no problem, it was on the list of documents they gave at the start, but
you give me that number again, Mr. Hardy?
I can. It is APP 002 .014.
Okay. Bear with me 2 minutes.
Of course.
Apologies for that, Mr.
No,
Hardy. I have it now.
don't worry. We're all working within the electronic world, and it does take a little bit longer. Have you got that? Have you got it now?
I have indeed. I've got it in
Yeah.
front of me.
So I'm not going to take too much time up with this, but it is an article which came out of the Clauchrie inquiry. It's a newspaper report, of course. I don't put it any higher than that, but it's characterising or encapsulating what was being said by Scottish Power, and you know, at that inquiry, one of the witnesses used to work with Anne Mackenzie now SPR's senior aviation manager, used to work at Prestwick. The way that SPR put the case was that there was a ransom situation going on. So airport being using money from wind farm developers to prop up the business, reference to the reports and all of that, which we'll go to with Ms. Kilpatrick in this inquiry. But the point I want to make is this, that's fairly difficult reading for the airport, because it's basically accusing it of running a hustle and extracting money. And what I want to understand is, in terms of that reputational point, whether or not the finding its way into the newspapers and internet and so on, whether or not that caused the airport to reflect and on its position and to decide to do things differently, both for this scheme and going forward. Or is it the case that the position taken at Clauchrie, put very bluntly, sign an NDA, if you don't sign the NDA, we won't talk about the costs, without the wind farm mitigation agreement, then we won't remove our objection? Is the airport persisting with that and just takes that reputational damage on the chin? Is that the position?
I really don't want to comment on that document, Mr. Hardy, that article. We don't put any credence in it. We don't want to respond to it in any way, sort of thing.
Well, all right, that's fair enough. It's a newspaper article, but I can put the points as you probably gathered I am doing, and hopefully being fair, that what the airport is asking the reporter and the ministers to do would be to impose an unlawful condition, and that without disclosing in a public forum costs, terms of the wind farm mitigation agreement, it's acting in a wholly unreasonable manner. So you could substitute what the closing submissions at Clauchrie, which I've read, you're going to get very similar closing submissions here, and actually that newspaper article says very similar things. So forget the fact it's in the newspaper. The approach taken by the airport, has there been cause for reflection following that, and or is the airport just persisting with the same line that it took at Clauchrie and toughing it out?
Well, with respect, I think that question needs to be asked of Ms. Kilpatrick.
All right.
It's certainly not an area where I put any focus on.
Well, it is, because the reason I asked at the start about what areas you were covering, one of those was this collaborative approach. You set that out in your report, paragraph 11. You tell us that 50% of your time has been taken working with developers, and you say that that is collaborative efforts to enable the removal of aviation objections. And then paragraph 11, this collaborative approach is in accordance with principles in CAP 764, and the airport has successfully resolved aviation objections to planning applications. If I can put it crudely, they're fine words. What you mean is, where a developer is being prepared to cough up and enter into a wind farm management agreement, you've been prepared to withdraw the objection. Where a developer, you could insert SPR and you can insert community wind power, say that's not the right way to go, you won't. That's what you mean by collaborative approach, isn't it? If people do exactly what you want, that's fine. If they don't, you'll do everything you can to preserve the golden goose.
I think that's very unfair, Mr. Hardy. Our principal role is the safe provision of airspace. And I think I mentioned at the start of my evidence today, if those 12 turbines of Sanker could be repositioned such that they were not visible to our primary radar, then I would be completely content with that situation. Our primary goal will always be the safe provision of air traffic services. That's what we are licensed to do. So
Yes, of course.
this suggestion that we're holding anyone to ransom is completely unfair, and I'm sure Ms. Kilpatrick will pick up on that.
Well, you see, it's not unfair for this reason, because if you were prepared to have an open discussion, you could do that now if you want. You could tell us basis for costings and what's done. Then it could be done outside of the wind farm mitigation agreement, couldn't it? The difficulty is because the airport has a closed system. It won't tell anybody, it won't tell the decision makers what that is. But unless you buy into that system through an NDA and you can't discuss it, then the objection won't be removed. So actually, the airport isn't really being fair in its evidence, because this applicant is perfectly happy to deal with the airport and get rid of and maximise safety. What it's not prepared to do is be held ransom to the system. And that's the difficulty, isn't it? That isn't a collaborative approach. That is the airport being the sole arbiter of a commercial agreement which it wants. It's
Well,
fair. That's a fair description, isn't it?
Again, I'm not going to comment on those processes. In my role, I'm comfortable that we, the laboratory, engage with the vast majority of the developers pre and post consent. Those relationships are good. It's not an area where I put any focus on. My role is quite clearly defined in terms of, and I do work really well with the vast majority of developers to ensure I discharge my accountabilities. And I repeat again, is that if we can find ways to minimize the impact of the turbines on our radar and our other systems, we are more than happy to do that. So
yeah, perhaps missing the
any suggestion that we're trying to leverage any funds associated with this is really unfair, and I'm sure Ms. Kilpatrick will follow that up quite.
Oh, sure she will. I've watched a video of evidence of Clauchrie, but you see, it isn't unfair, because if the wind farm mitigation agreement is entered into, then no doubt everything's swimming. You get what you want. The airport or the developer has taken a view that it's prepared to play your game, and on you go. The difficulty is in dealing with impacts referable to a wind farm that a developer says, well, we're not prepared to play the game. We want to do with that just on its merits. The airport won't countenance that, will it? Because what it says is the only way we will deal with you is through an NDA and our latest iteration of the wind farm mitigation agreement. That's the problem.
Well, again, I suggest you have that conversation with Ms. Kilpatrick.
Okay, well, I will absolutely.
The vast majority of the engagements we have are sort of fair and equitable, and this is, in many ways, as we said at the start, Mr. Hardy, this is why we're here. This is the core, no dispute.
Well, it is, but I'm interested in those words, fair and equitable, because the picture painted is one of a sort of system that's sort of fair to all parties. But the reality is, unless a developer does exactly what the airport wants it to, and to pay what it wants it to on a secretive basis, you won't deal, will you? That isn't fair or equitable. That is the airport running a hustle. That is what Scottish Powers say. That's what we say.
Well,
that's the problem.
With respect, I don't agree with that. We are trying to support the drive to net zero. We have got long-term commitments associated with that drive to net zero, and if we are going to be burdened with that requirement to mitigate wind turbines and wind farms for the next 40 years, then we need to find ways to coexist, and we need to ensure that we have deployed the right technology for the long term to deal with both today and what will be in the environment in the next 40 years. So I don't agree with your sentiments in any way.
No, of course you don't. That's why we're here, spending a lot of time and public money, and that'll ultimately be a matter of submissions. I'll leave that there and pick it up with Ms. Kilpatrick. In terms of the other topics, the IFP, ILS, I think the case has been set out by Mr. Parkinson. We're not going to probably agree on that, Mr. Thompson, and I suspect I'm going to ask. So if you're content, I don't need to put those questions. I don't think that Mr. Parkinson has made very plain our position in relation to IFP, ILS and VHF, and I don't really see the benefit in putting questions if you're content.
Well, and
No, sorry, that was a question to, just if I made to the reporter, that's what I was asking. So if you, obviously the purpose of this is to assist you. You've heard what Mr. Parkinson has to say. All I'm going to do is parrot what Mr. Parkinson says, and I'm not sure that takes us very much further.
I think, given that that is a more technical matter, I think it probably is. If as long as you're happy to ask those witnesses rather than Mr. Thompson, then I'm satisfied with that.
Yes, if we need to. I was really meaning at all, but
Okay.
I'm happy to. I'm happy to ask other witnesses if that's required. I certainly don't think I need to ask Mr. Thompson, so I'll leave those matters there. Right. Let me just have a look at my notes, if I may. Mr. Thompson, if you could give me a second, and then that will be it. Good. No, I'm happy. That is cross-examination. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Okay, Mr. Thompson, I do have a few questions for you myself. If you can just give me a moment, though, I just want to review what I've got, because there'll be a few ticked off, obviously, having heard the cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Thompson. So my first question is around some of the that we covered during the cross-examination. And Mr. Hardy asked you £60,000 figure, and I think a fair summary would be that you'd accepted a figure of around 60,000. I think you use the phrase sort of give or take, sort of 20%, all very sort of roughly in ballpark kind of figure, would be sufficient to cover the cost of mitigation identified by the applicant. But that figure had been guided by you in previous conversations between yourself and the applicant. And I think that you framed that as effectively the activity necessary for the airport to be in a position to withdraw its objection. So that was the sort of your focus in terms of ensuring safe operations, and they were the key mitigation activities to withdraw, that would be necessary to withdraw its objection. Is that a correct summary of your position?
That's correct, sir. Well, the only addition, as I said from the evidence yesterday, the 100-meter microsighting could have an impact in respect of the radar modelling costs.
Yes, I noted you said that. Yeah, thank you.
From my experience with other developers who've had that 100-meter microsighting as part of the planning process.
Given that the applicant has agreed to those measures and to pay for them, the £60,000 figure has been given as a proposed figure, but appreciating that might not be the final amount. But would you have expected GPA to have withdrawn its objection on that basis?
We've started. No, I've had engagement with the applicant, and we're progressing in terms of those assessments. So I think we spoke about it earlier. We've commissioned the IFP assessment. I've been in engagement with the flight trials provider to do the initial flight trials, to do the waffle pattern. So that the applicant and ourselves are progressing, dare I say, well with that sort of removal of objection process.
In terms of, I suppose it would be helpful for me to understand a little bit more about how the airport works internally, just so I understand. I'm conscious that there are 5 witnesses. I'm content with the different roles that you all play, and I think I understand that in broad terms. But when an objection's made by the airport, who is it effectively that has the role, or who takes the decision to make an objection? Is it a board, or is it delegated to a certain team or individual within the airport? Could you just say a little bit about that, please?
It's principally delegated to me, sir.
Okay.
My safeguarding role.
So was that the case in this instance with Sankey?
It was.
And who has an input into that process?
Myself, my safeguarding team, the ATC operational team, and the air traffic engineering operational team, who have between us the skill set to respond to safeguarding applications, planning applications.
Does the commercial kind of operation arm of GPA have an input?
Not at that stage. This is purely operational, technical safeguarding.
Okay. What stage does that input happen?
Post initial objection to a planning application.
What type of commercial considerations have influenced GPA's position in this case? So out with the sort of dealing with the safeguarding side of things and the safety aspects principally, are there any other factors that are being brought forward by the airport?
Well, I can't speak for Ms. Clauchrie, but it is this fundamental difference of opinion in terms of the long-term provision of mitigation for the next 40 years to address the wind farms in the environment around the aerodrome.
So that effectively, so the commercial aspect is looking at that ongoing aspect, whereas your focus is the here and now and how could we make this safe from day one? Would that be a fair? Right. Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. So as part of its objection and the inquiry evidence, what's your understanding of the overarching reason for why the airport has not provided a breakdown of mitigation costs? Is it that it's seen as commercially sensitive information?
Again, I'm probably not qualified, sir, to sort of answer that. From that respect, it's certainly not my focus. But I'm sure Ms. Kilpatrick will explain the reasons from a commercial perspective.
So just to my final question. So very mindful of what your role is within the airport here. So from an operational perspective, and considering Sanka 2's predicted impacts, would the the mitigation proposed, so like the safeguarding mitigation proposed by the applicant, address the concerns that you hold about the development and the impact upon the service that you manage?
Only from the initial safety assessment processes. I think the main dispute between the two parties is that provision for the life of the wind farm and the need for us to maintain that provision of mitigation to ensure we have continued safe air traffic services for while the wind farm remains operational.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I don't have any further questions for you. Mr. Brown, would you like to re-examine Mr. Thompson?
Yes, thank you, sir. Mr. Thompson, you were asked a series of questions earlier by Mr. Hardy regarding the £60,000 and Mr. Warden's asked you further questions about the £60,000. Now, when this line of examination started this morning, what happened was that Mr. Hardy put it to you that if the applicant's evidence was accepted about the scope of works, can we agree that that figure of £60,000 is a reasonable figure to pay for them? Do you remember that stage in the cross-examination earlier?
I do, Mr. Brown.
And what you said in response to that was that you acknowledged you'd spoken to Mr. Parkinson about it, and you said the 60,000 that Mr. Parkinson and I spoke about, and we broke it down not more than that, was in respect of all the safeguarding processes that I need to do prior to removing my objection or the airport's objection. And that was the point which you just acknowledged to our reporter. But then you continued that there are some costs that will come post-construction, which is confirmatory flight trials and optimization works, which we did not speak about as part of our conversation we had in either February or April this year. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
And then the cross-examination continued, and what was put to you by Mr. Hardy was, so what I want to get to is, the scope of mitigation works that is accepted by the applicant and that we are prepared to pay for. So what I want to understand is, given that scope of works that you have got, the three elements, the £60,000 we agree is fair and reasonable. Now, the three points were not put to you, but if I put the 3 points to you now, would you please indicate what the £60,000 is for? So the first point, which is taken from the condition proposed by the applicant, is procuring Terma or its duly appointed representative in the United Kingdom to undertake a Terma radar modelling assessment to determine the Terma probability of detection, reduction factor in connection with the development, and providing the results of such modelling to the airport operator, the developer and the Scottish ministers. So that's the first part. The second part, which the applicant's prepared to agree, is optimising the airport operator's operational Terma Scanter 4002 primary surveillance radar to accommodate the development. And the third part is validating any optimisation of the operational Terma Scanter 4002 primary surveillance radar undertaken in respect of the development by way of flight trial over the development, if such validation is reasonably required. So when you spoke to Mr. Parkinson about the costs, of those three elements the applicant is prepared to agree, what did the £60,000 cover?
The initial costs for me to reach a position where I can evaluate the quantitative evidence, Mr. Brown, is the cost for the initial flight trial, to undertake the baseline waffle pattern activity over the area proposed for the wind farm. The data
Yes.
analysis of that flight trial, any additional assessments in terms of the CNS equipment, which is the IFPs, etc., which the applicant has given the go-ahead to proceed with, and the radar modelling assessment. It does not include, as part of that process, any post-construction confirmatory flight trials and optimization work required by the term engineers to confirm to me that the PD achieved in real life does meet our expectations of 90%. Those costs are covered as part of the mitigation agreement.
Mr. Thompson, I wonder if...
Sorry, Mr. Brown, just a moment, please. Sorry, Mr. Hardy, if you...
Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt again. It's very unusual that I would interrupt. So that is inappropriate re-examination, because re-examination is designed only if there's lack of clarity. It's not to go behind clear answers which are given. Well, and of course, it isn't just the answer that was given to me, and that was inaccurately put by Mr. Brown, but also the answer to your question. Your question was whether or not the £60,000 would be sufficient to do everything that was required in an operational sense to remove the objection. And the answer given to you was yes. So it is, in my view, the evidence of this witness, which then can't be trampled on by Mr. Brown respectfully, to try and unpick that. So you've got a note of your evidence. Obviously, you've got a note of the question that I asked, and it was inaccurately put by Mr. Brown, and the response was inaccurately recorded by him. But also, you'll have a note of what he said to you. So I can't take it any further than that, but it is inappropriate re-examination.
You've used noted, Mr. Hardy. I'm mindful of the fine line which needs to be trodden here. Mr. Brown, can you just be mindful of the fact that we can't reintroduce or seek to introduce a different line of evidence at this point, but it is to go over obviously what we've already covered there. I think you were probably, from my perspective, you were probably just about on the right side of the line, but if you can just be mindful of that, please.
I think it's the note. It was the note. So I'm content. When you go back over your notes, you obviously have a note of the question that you asked, and you've got a note. You've got a clear answer, which is that the £60,000 in operational terms was sufficient to allow Mr. Thompson to remove his objection, and that's what will come back in closing.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. You can continue, Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The point, Mr. Thompson, I was getting to about clarity was that when you were asked this series of questions by Mr. Hardy, the three matters which the applicant's prepared to agree were not put to you. So I was putting those three matters to you. And when Mr. Hardy ultimately said to you, for work we have agreed needs to be done, is that a fair and reasonable figure, £60,000? And what I'm asking you to clarify is, when you agreed that that was fair and reasonable, what works which you understood the applicant has agreed to do did you have in mind?
Flight trials, initial flight trials, initial analysis of those baseline flight trials, radar modelling, and any additional assessments necessary from CNS equipment, i.e. IFPs, which we've already started that process. That's not the £60,000 I was referring to.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Thompson, for that. The other point is just a minor point about the IFP and report. And you said in response to that question that you believed the work had been done, but it was going through the safety case assessment. You remember that?
Yes, I do, Mr. Brown. maybe
Yes.
my choice of words was wrong. It's just an internal safety assurance process from our third-party contracted IFP designer before they release their document. So that's an internal process for them. So my correspondence with them when I've been sort of chasing for this report, which I'm keen to get in front of Mr. Warren, is that yes, the work's been done, but it's going through an internal safety assurance process.
Yes, and who is doing the IFP?
That's been done by NAT Safeguarding.
Thank you very much. I'll get no further examination, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, and thank you, Mr. Thompson, for your time today as well. Thank you. Mr. Hardy.
So yes, it's a matter of real concern to my client and to me, because what Mr. Brown has done, it seems to me, is wrong. Actually, I think it's a giving a false representation of evidence which is being given, and actually ignoring the future evidence or the question which you put and a straight answer was given. And so what I'm going to ask you to do, I think this matter is being recorded, and on that section on that run of questions, both the way the questions that were put by myself and then the questions that were put by yourself, I'd ask for you to review those, and in particular what Mr. Brown said, that the matters that the applicant was putting forward weren't put to you. They were, and it was put in this way. The 3 matters of mitigation which were set out in the condition, and Mr. Thompson understood those. They weren't the preliminary matters at all. They include the optimization of the flight trial, as Mr. Brown well knows. And it was agreed with me that that was a fair and reasonable figure of 60,000. So Mr. Brown's characterization of the question that I asked him was wrong, but he ignored then your question, which was the encompassing one, which is to say that that 60,000, would that remove any operational objection, to which the clear answer was yes. So I'm going to ask you in your own time to review the video, and I make a complaint about the way that that re-examination was undertaken.
That's noted, Mr. Hardy. Mr. Brown, would you like to respond?
Well, sir, I will check my notes as well. I did check the notes over lunch, which have been prepared, and if I have not put that correctly, then I will obviously withdraw that line of question.
I'm very grateful. Clearly, the questions you asked were this afternoon, so notes at lunch aren't going to cover that. And it's the question, that all-encompassing question that you asked, which brings all of that together. And that is, indeed, goes to the cost of why we're here at all.
What I would just say to you both is that I've been taking my own notes. I have my own records of the answers I've been given, and the answers that have been given to you, Mr. Hardy.
Yes.
And we have the recording as well, which I will be using when I write my report.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay. Okay, I propose that before Mr. Brown, you call your second witness, we would have a break there. It would give us opportunity to change paperwork over, and as well as have a comfort break. So if we could return, please, if we return at 3 p.m, would that be ample time, Mr. Brown, from your perspective, in terms of having your next witness ready?
Maybe just 3:05.
3:05. Okay, let's resume at 3:05. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hello, Mr. Smith. I assume that's Mr. Smith, I can see.
Hello, sir.
Good afternoon. Mr. Brown, when you'd like to call your next witness, please make a start. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. My next witness is Mr. Philip Smith, who's with us. Mr. Smith, I'm going to ask you to read your recognition, and could I ask you to read it in full? I appreciate you've referred to videos within your recognition. I'm not going to ask you to play all of the videos, but there will be 3 which I wish you to speak to. So, if you're ready.
I think the first issue is I don't appear to have a copy, so maybe in the
Oh,
break
my
there.
apologies.
So
Okay, right.
just hang on for 2 seconds. Sorry, apologies.
It's no problem, Mr. Smith. Just, yeah, if you can locate that, we'll make a start. Thanks.
It's just been handed to me, I think. Apologies, I think it was
No problem.
omitted in the handover process. Okay, I have that now, sir. So, sorry, Mr. Brown, could you just confirm you'd like me to sort of read the complete?
Yes, please. You just read right through your recognition, please.
Okay, my name is Philip Edward Smith. I'm employed by Glasgow Prestwick Airport, the airport, as the Senior Air Traffic Controller. I started training as an air traffic controller, brackets ATCO, when I joined number 73 course at the College of Air Traffic Control at Bournemouth Airport in 1989. After finishing the course, I became
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Smith, but I've just noticed that you've stopped reading the acronyms.
Oh, right, okay, apologies. Yes, right.
Okay.
So, College of Air Traffic Control, which is more commonly known as ATC, at Bournemouth Airport in 1989. After finishing the course, I became a trainee ATCO at West Frew, an MOD airport close to Stranraer. After completing my training, I moved to the airport in October 1993, where I've remained ever since. I am also an air traffic instructor. I obtained that qualification in August 1998 and became a local unit competence assessor, UCA, in June 2001. In my time at the airport, I've held numerous posts. I was soon promoted to watch manager. I'm now the airport SATCO. I'm therefore well acquainted with the airspace around the airport and the use which is made of it. Having worked as an ATCO for over 32 years, I have very good first-hand knowledge of what an ATC unit, ATSU, needs to enable it to work effectively, efficiently, and most of all safely. Responsibilities of an ATCO. As an ATCO, I have to adhere to CAP 493, brackets MATS Part 1, and it's also a core document reference 19.10. Numerous CAA documents, brackets CAPs, CAPs, and the airport's specific instructions detailed in its Manual of Air Traffic Services Part 2, MATS Part 2. In accordance with paragraph 1.2 of MATS Part 1, an ATCO's overriding consideration at all times is aviation safety. The airport's radar. Wind turbines generate an unacceptable level of clutter on the airport's primary radar displays. Over the last 10 to 15 years, an increasing amount of wind farm generated clutter caused by wind turbines has appeared on our radar screens. That clutter has the potential to severely impact on an air traffic service unit's ability to provide a safe and efficient service. The proposed development will add to the existing clutter. That being the case, it will add to the problem caused by clutter and will thereby cause a further adverse impact on the provision of air traffic services, brackets ATS, if mitigation is not provided. Given the sheer volume of other wind farm developments, both operational and proposed, there is the potential for the impact on the provision of ATS to be significant unless there is mitigation. This is of particular concern in the areas to the southeast of the airport, as shown in the maps titled 1 nautical mile buffer, around each wind farm, and that's core document 19.49. and 3 nautical mile buffer around each wind farm, core document 19.50. The airport's existing primary radar is moving towards the end of its life. The airport is therefore installing Terma, which has the potential to minimize turbine clutter as part of its wind farm WFRMS, which is wind farm radar mitigation solution. The airspace surrounding the airport, the proposed development lies outside and below controlled airspace, brackets. The airport frequently provides services to aircraft in Class G airspace, in brackets outside controlled airspace, brackets CAS, in accordance with UK Flight Information Services, and that's UK FIS C Cap 493, Section 1, Chapter 12, another core document, the reference 19.10. Being a responsible ANSP, the airport considers itself bound to make best efforts to provide the requested service whenever it can. In the vicinity of Sanker 2, there is already a significant aggregative issue due to clutter from existing nearby wind farm developments. In the absence of mitigation of this clutter, the ATCOs find it difficult to provide lateral separation between the clutter and the aircraft, not only because it is on the approach to runway 30, but because of the other existing and proposed wind farms nearby. This becomes much more of an issue when you consider that best practice that ATCOs should avoid routing traffic close to or over areas of wind farm clutter. And that's in accordance really with CAP 493, Section 1, Chapter 6, Paragraph 18. And that's back to the core document 19.10 as previously mentioned. It should be kept in mind that ATS routes and airspace boundaries may change in the future. Glasgow and Edinburgh Airport both have active airspace change proposals, ACPs, as I think they've been referred to during the course of the inquiry. And those projects may require a restructuring of the airport's routes and airspace boundaries. The airspace above Sanker 2 is also used for military flights and general aviation traffic as well. The airport therefore needs to preserve all of the surrounding airspace to ensure that it has flexibility to meet future requirements. Adverse impact of wind farms on the airport's ANS, Air Navigation Services. The airport is installing Terma as part of its wind farm radar mitigation solution in the hope that it will reduce wind farm generated clutter from the primary radar displays. As an operational controller, I believe it will only be possible to comment on the actual level of mitigation achieved once the system is in place, has been fully tested, and has been verified by the ATCOs as fit for use. Some video clips are included in the airport's document list, showing aircraft being vectored both inbound and outbound from the airport, which clearly show wind farm generated clutter. For comparison against the existing primary radar, some of the clips show data from the new displays, i.e. Terma's output, or the wind farm radar mitigation solution. Video title list. So A, and these are basically the first part of the title tells you which radar source they're from. So 511 refers to the existing primary radar system. Ryanair 74 Lima Zulu runway 30 ILS inbound via Sumin. That's just a kind of a title that I can understand, or allows me to understand what we're looking at. And these all have core document references. This one is 19.70. This clip shows a Ryanair Boeing 737 positioning for an ILS approach to runway 30 via reporting point Sumin. This is a frequently used approach track for runway 30 ILS approaches from the southeast. B, Terma, Ryanair 74 Lima Zulu, runway 30 ILS inbound via Sumin, core document 19.75. And that's effectively the same, more or less, time period as clip A, but seen from the new wind farm radar mitigation solution displays. C, 511 reach 839 runway 30 ILS inbound from the east, core document 19.69. This video is of a US military transport aircraft positioning on a vector, brackets radar heading, or an ILS approach to runway 30 from the east. This is another commonly used inbound track. D, same clip from a terminal perspective, reach 839 runway 30 ILS inbound from the east, core document reference 19.73. And then it says see note below, and I've kind of explained that already. I'll read that note now if you like. Clips B, D, F, H, and J also duplicate time periods for the respective 511 clips, displaying the output from Terma, optimized to remove wind farm clutter. So the next one there is E, 511, and that's November Juliet Echo 271 Papa. And that would be more commonly known as fraction 271 Papa. Runway 12 outbound, so this is departure from runway 12. This shows a general aviation GA jet aircraft departing from runway 12 to the southeast. At the time shown, the aircraft has been transferred to the relevant en route sector at Prestwick Centre. It is wholly contained within controlled airspace. However, it clearly illustrates the issues for a controller when an aircraft flies over or close to an area of wind farm clutter. In this case, that wouldn't be visible to the controller at Prestwick Centre because they're using a different radar display to the controllers at Prestwick, so they're observing it using a different radar system. And again, the same clip from a Terma perspective is F, G, 511 Kilo Alpha Foxtrot, which in this case is Q80 Air Force 3204, runway 30 ILS inbound. You can see there's a bit of repetition here, but it's just to illustrate the fact that it is a very common approach path. Another aircraft positioning for the runway 30 ILS from the southeast, similar to the Ryanair in clip Alpha. It can be clearly seen how close the aircraft gets to existing wind farm clutter. And again, Q80 Air Force clip from a Terma perspective. I is 511 Helimed, Hotel Mike Delta, 76 Alpha, runway 30 ILS cloud break. Again, they've all got references. This is CD 19.65. This is a particularly interesting clip. This helicopter is responding to a medical emergency near Rothsay on the Isle of Bute and urgently needs to descend in order to break cloud and continue the final stages of its flight visually. And in brackets, that's the only way to land on Bute. One of the safest ways for this to be achieved in poor weather conditions is by descending on the instrument landing system, brackets ILS. It is operating outside CAS, but it illustrates the point that aircraft operating that area often contact the airport for an ATS, air traffic service. It is also an example of pop-up traffic. The controller has to limit service provision due to the proximity of existing wind farm clutter ahead of the aircraft. The controller wishes to give the aircraft the most expeditious route consistent with safety, yet having to limit the service due to clutter generated by wind farms is less than ideal. It would also appear that the aircraft's track could well have taken it close to, or perhaps over an area of clutter generated by the proposed development, further impacting the controller's ability to provide a safe and expeditious routing. And then J is Terma HMD 76 Alpha runway 30, and that's again just the same clip, but output from the Terma radar. And finally, Kilo is 511 November 910 Romeo Whiskey runway 30 RNP brackets PBN approach via SCARF, core document 19.67. And you and me may well, discuss that as part of my evidence in chief. In all of these clips, the aircraft are operating by necessity, brackets, particularly for aircraft whose track is constrained by the requirement to follow the ILS localizer path or published RNP, brackets, PBN procedure in airspace close to both the proposed development and in areas of existing wind farm clutter. The essential requirement for primary surveillance radar, brackets, PSR. PSR as the underpinning method by which ANSPs provide a safe and efficient ATS will remain for the foreseeable future a vital component in ensuring safety. Vectoring using PSR remains a widely used method of providing services to aircraft in an approach radar environment. Electronic conspicuity, brackets, EC systems, such as SSR, see paragraph 24 below, and multilateration technologies all have different attributes, but they also have limitations. Critically, they do not see as much as primary radar, which remains the best surveillance tool for the ATCO. This means PSR is still essential for effective monitoring and control of aircraft. The airport handles many unscheduled services with a lower number of scheduled movements. Much of the latter is military, general aviation or training aircraft, including many that by necessity don't operate within the standard ATS route structure. A significant number of these are not suitably equipped to fly in accordance with standard PBN procedures. The airport does not therefore have the luxury of a one-size-fits-all type of operation. This means PSR is still essential to the airport in its ATS environment for effective monitoring and control of aircraft. Given safety is paramount, we must plan based on existing PSR technology, which is operational now. It would be foolhardy to base a decision on the proposed development on the availability of technology that may be more widely available in the future. It also has to be remembered that PSR is a tried and tested tool. Secondary surveillance radar, brackets SSR. SSR is not a surveillance radar in the true sense of the word. It merely supplements a PSR in normal operation. It is not a substitute for PSR since they operate in entirely different ways. SSR only detects and displays suitably equipped aircraft and is therefore inherently unsuitable for providing a complete suite of ATC services. This is particularly relevant for the provision of UK FIS, Flight Information Services, in Class G airspace, i.e. uncontrolled airspace, where the traffic environment is not fully known and non-transponder equipped aircraft, which are effectively invisible to SSR, either not fitted, unserviceable or switched off, may operate. While the airport has approval to operate SSR only using louder radar, its roles are to provide data to supplement the PSR data and to provide backup for short periods should the PSR be unavailable. It does not operate as a substitute for the reasons outlined above. The airport does not have any control over the availability of louder radar, SSR only provision to Prestwick. For example, at the moment, louder is on a 9-month period of maintenance and is unavailable. The role of the instrument landing system, instrument flight procedures, and VHF radio coverage. ILS is still a ubiquitous and reliable system with usage likely to continue for many years to come. Therefore, it should be robustly safeguarded. The extant position at the airport is that there is no topographical or operational requirement to reduce ILS coverage. Any such reduction would mean a reduction in flexibility for both aircrew and ATCOs when positioning aircraft for ILS approaches. The airspace and surrounding terrain also requires to be adequately safeguarded with regard to existing IFP and RMP procedures. Any erosion or impact on these procedures should be avoided to enable the airport to offer the best service possible. It goes almost without saying that VHF radio coverage is also essential.
Mr. Brown, you're muted. I think you looked like you were speaking.
Sorry about that, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Now, I said I would take you back to 3 videos, and sir, these are being played for Mr. Smith so that he doesn't have to operate the technology. So Mr. Smith may ask to have the video stopped at times to explain what the picture shows. So the first video to be shown is the one which is referred to at paragraph 20A, which is CD 1970. And I just oh yes, we've got screen sharing here. Now, just before we start to look at these videos, what do the videos generally show, Mr. Smith?
So this first video clip, and really this is just an opportunity, hopefully, for the reporter to kind of see the kind of system we have at the moment, and then a comparison with what we anticipate will be the radar mitigation solution, and an ability to see the differences between the two. And I'm hoping this will be helpful both for the reporter and the applicant. So if we were to look at this in general terms, you can see the raw or primary radar output, which are the yellow and green aspects of what's shown on the display. And then beyond that, we have some solid lines, and these generally delineate airways and controlled airspace boundaries. And then within that, we've got a couple of red circles. Now, these have kind of come about as an opportunity for the controllers to have an understanding of where clutter may appear from the proposed development, which is the one on the right of the picture, sort of center right. And at this point in time, we still had a circle displayed for the Clauchrie development, which is sort of center bottom of the screen. We've now removed both of these from the screens because we've kind of gathered some data, as it were, for want of a better expression, to allow us to help us, to aid us in that sort of process of deciding what sort of operational impacts there may be. Beyond that, you also have, in this clip, we're looking at the aircraft to the southeast, so the bottom right of the screen. And you can see the primary radar display, primary radar return quite clearly. The yellow blob will indicate the aircraft at any point in time, and the sort of paler green returns behind it are track history, basically where the aircraft was in a point of time previously. With this radar, that's updated every 4 seconds, which is the time it takes for the antenna to make one complete revolution. Now, associated with that return, in this instance, is the SSR data. And they're not combined, as we'll maybe see in the Terma videos. In this instance, they just happen to be sort of close to each other, but they're not actually co-located, because the feed from Lowther obviously comes from a different radar antenna, which is positioned to the east of the airport. And there's a slight differential in terms of when these returns are displayed on the screen. The Lowther radar, I believe, updates every 6 seconds. So they're just slightly out of step. However, the regulator has deemed that we can use the data in a co-located combined fashion to provide services. And it does make a significant difference, because other than just looking at lots of yellow blobs, you then have some extra information which helps you to build a picture. So in this example, you can see in the pale blue writing associated with that return, it says RYR74 Lima Zulu, which is the aircraft's call sign. And then just below that, there are some numbers. And I think Mr. Parkinson alluded to this. He said, oh, the aircraft appear to be handed over to Prestwick at levels somewhat above 6,000 feet. And he's quite correct. And the reason they come to us at that particular level is that that small bit of airspace that you can see in the very bottom right-hand corner has a base, which I think is flight level 85 or thereabouts. So therefore, Scottish Control, Prestwick Centre, will retain control of that aircraft until such point as it's normally crossed that line in a northwesterly direction, at which point they'll hand it over to us for onward control. So effectively what's happening is I'm giving that and providing a service to that aircraft within airspace that is normally under the control of Prestwick Centre. But a set of processes and procedures that are all documented are being followed very stringently in this example. And they would only give contact and communication to me of that aircraft if it was deemed suitable to do so. And conversely, when we have departures, we would repeat that process in the same direction. We have our own airspace in the center of the screen, which extends from the surface for that small central rectangular portion. That's the kind of center bit that Amy's trying to sort of delineate with the cursor. And then it's surrounded, as I think we saw maybe some of the wireframe diagrams from Mr. Thompson, by smaller stubs of airspace that commence above the surface, but all of these connect with that larger block of airspace above, known as the Scottish TMA, whose base is 5,500 feet. And again, we have some delegated airspace, which fills that gap, 500-foot gap, and we can operate in that 500 feet up to 6,000 feet. Generally without reference to Galloway, because that airspace is being delegated to us. If we wish to do something which isn't normal procedures, we would then have to coordinate them, and that's coordinate with the Prestwick Centre, and we would normally do that over the telephone.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, we see various rings, if I could describe them as that, appearing. For example, you refer to the aircraft RYR
Yes.
74LZ, which you see the bottom right-hand side. What ring is that?
So these range rings, as they're known, are
Right.
10 miles apart. So they are dashed rings at, in this example, 10, 20, and 30 miles. And the outer one is also a compass rose, so you can see the headings delineated around its circumference. It's a useful aid for controllers, but it's not essential. So this aircraft is approximately 28 miles from touchdown, and it's going to be approaching the aircraft. It'll continue along that extended centre line, follow the ILS localizer, intercept the glide path element of the ILS at round about 10 miles, and then descend accordingly on for runway 30. It's a 3.5 degree glide path, which is unusual. It's normally a 3 degree glide path for an ILS approach. London City, I think, is an exceptional case and has an approach angle of 5.5 degrees. The reason why, sorry, Mr. Brown.
Sorry, Mr. Smith, I was going to say that obviously during the course of the inquiry, we've been talking about clutter appearing on screens, and I was going to ask you if you could identify or point us in the direction of examples of clutter which might appear on this screen.
Certainly. So again, I think the reporter's probably seen Mr. Thompson's slides and got a bit of an indication of potential issues we face in the future. But if we take the Ryanair aircraft and then run northwest along the extended centre line, and just on the edge of the circle that we're assuming is roughly located where we anticipate the development may be at some point in the future. You can see on the circumference of that circle, just to the north of the extended centre line, there's some clutter there, and that's a wind farm. I believe it's Hare Hill. And then the one to the southwest on about the 9 o'clock position on the circle, I think that's Afton. Again, from my perspective, or from an operational controller's perspective, the names of these wind farms is less important, shall we say. They certainly need to know where they are and etc. But then actually the issues they cause. And the difficulty with the ILS in this instance is that the aircraft is following a fixed path. It doesn't have any choice in that, because in order to make a safe approach, it has to follow the glide path and localizer radio beams. So if it's operating within controlled airspace, that's a known traffic environment generally, and the CAA make allowances for that in MATS Part 1, and they say that in that instance, controllers really don't have an awful lot of choice about how close the aircraft gets to the clutter. It's kind of like it's decided for us. And that's generally okay if it's just one aircraft, but if you then have more than that, it becomes an issue. And again, you can then see also to the west of the circle, which is about 12 miles south of the airfield, you've got some bits and pieces going on here. You've got, that's Dursalach wind farm, the clutter generated from that. And then to the southwest of that position by about another 7 or 8 miles is another wind farm, and believed to be Hagyard Hill. So that's what clutter looks like. And as Mr. Parkinson perfectly correctly alluded, there are other things that cause clutter, not just wind farms. Weather can cause clutter. Other sort of like atmospheric conditions can cause clutter, not just weather. Whether the air is dense or damp, etc. So it's the issue that if you take the wind farm clutter and then you layer on top of that the potential for other forms of clutter with this type of primary surveillance radar, it can be significantly challenging without the addition of wind farm clutter, as it were. This picture we're looking at here is actually reasonably clean, to be honest, apart from the wind farm clutter, if I'm perfectly frank about it. But you can also see associated with the Dursalach wind farm, there's a couple of other things going on. It looks as if there's a track of an aircraft routing from east to west just on the very northern edge of Darsalach. And you can see that there's probably a gap between that aircraft's primary return. In fact, there may not even be any secondary observable at the moment, unless I think it might be the 1401 SSR return that you can see just north of its position. And I think that says 390, which delineates the height of the aircraft, so that would be 39,000 feet in this instance. And then just to the south of the clutter at Darsalach, I'm pretty sure that's probably another light aircraft tracking northbound. And if we play the video, we'll kind of see what happens in this instance. And it will hopefully illustrate some of the points that Mr. Parkinson mentioned from a technical radar perspective. So if Amy would be kind enough to maybe let the video play for 30 seconds or so.
Just before that happens, as we watch the video play, so far as the clutter is concerned, what should we be looking out for happening with the clutter?
Yeah, so you'll probably see a sort of flickering effect, and I'm guessing, and I guess Mr. Fido will speak to this, and I kind of understand, I think it's to do with the turbine blades. So as they rotate, the radar sees them, as it were, or sees reflections from those blades as they move in space. So you get this sort of twinkling effect over time.
All right, thank you. So we'll play the video, and when you get to a point where you wish to have it stopped, Mr. Smith, please say.
Certainly. So it's useful here just to keep an eye on not so much the Ryanair, but what's happening to the primary returns of the overfly, for example. You can see, I think, what looks like a false track just starting to appear below the overflying, the high-level aircraft.
Well, we'll just stop it there and direct us to the point you wish us to.
I think Amy had just caught it with her cursor. Yeah. So again, as Mr. Parkinson said, these systems aren't perfect. The technology is very straightforward, but it's not utterly foolproof. So that's one example, and you can also see that the light aircraft previously mentioned has kind of really now pretty much disappeared into that area of wind farm clutter. And you'll probably see if you play it again, Amy, that it'll reappear on the other side. And we're now seeing that the Ryanair appears to have made a slight turn, or is probably just about in the process of. Now, this kind of relates to the point about whether you can reduce the range of the localizer. You obviously can in certain circumstances. And most of the time, Mr. Parkinson's right, aircraft would tend to establish on the localizer well within 20 miles or even 18 miles. But in this instance, when an aircraft is approaching Prestwick from the southeast, it's flying more or less what we'd call a straight-in approach, which by it's pretty obvious what it means. It's, the name says it all. It's flying straight in towards the airport. And in fact, you can see there it has just made that left turn. So it's probably picked up the localizer. And I think in this instance, I instructed the aircraft to continue on its own navigation towards Suman, which is that little triangle which is just coming overhead now. And that's the holding point. So there's a hold established there, but it's also one of our reporting points on the airway. And I think he calls me at that point to say that he is in fact established on the localizer at a range of approximately 23 miles. I know Mr. Parkinson couldn't pick it up, and I think that may have been because the audio isn't particularly good. He's quite correct. I think I probably switched the loudspeaker element off at that point because I was making another call internally to the airdrome controller. And then I think I switched it back on when he gets descent in a moment, gets further descent. Because at this point, I have to clear him for further descent. And then once he reaches the glide path, he will descend on his own accord on that system from about 10 miles. But you can see also at this point how close the aircraft has got to that clutter just to the northeast of its position. I previously mentioned, I'm pretty sure that's Hare Hill. And it's only maybe 2 miles away from Afton at this point to the southwest of its position. And there's very little we can do about that as controllers. It's afforded some protection by being in controlled airspace, which is fine, but it does impact potentially, in this instance, it's only one aircraft, but it can potentially impact on the controller's ability to control other aircraft if there happen to be any in that vicinity at the same time, because your situational awareness is affected, your ability to discern one aircraft from another could potentially be affected, etc. I think that's pretty much, I don't know if there was anything else that you wanted to mention.
No, thank you. Just on the point about the recording, if we can pick it up and hear voices on it, whose voices would we hear? Unfortunately, sir, we can't play the audio over this system, but we can listen to it in our own time. And if we do that, whose voices do we hear, Mr. Smith?
So in this instance, I managed to record this clip myself. So it's my voice, the voice of the controller, along with that of the pilot of the Ryanair aircraft. I'm also working in conjunction with the aerodrome controller, who's positioned in the control tower in the visual control room. And obviously there's close coordination between that controller and myself when aircraft are making approaches to keep her informed, or in this case it's one of my female colleagues, keep her informed of the position of that aircraft so that she can integrate her traffic, which in this case is the little light aircraft that's just flown through the clutter and is routing back towards the airfield. It's about 7 miles south of the field at that point.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Now, we'll move on to the next video, which is referred to in paragraph 20B, and this is the one which compares the 511 screen with the Terma screen. So I'll ask to have that brought up. And would you like to give us a quick overview of what we can see here?
Yeah, so basically what's happening here in this picture, and some of this is slightly unfortunate because at this point in time, Lowther Hill is unavailable to the airport. So we're getting a second feed, an SSR feed, which comes from Brownsfield, which is situated in Glasgow, in fact, or fairly close to the city, but it's obviously significantly, it's not as far away from the airport as Lowther Hill is, but it's behind higher ground than that surrounds the airport. Lowther Hill has fantastic coverage down over the airfield towards the sea and the lower ground on the coast, whereas Brownsfield doesn't. So if you look at the symbols for the aircraft, so let's pick the one that we looked at initially, the Ryanair 74 Lima Zulu to the southeast, you can see there's a sort of asterisk. There's no visible sort of like primary radar in that raw sense. You've literally got an asterisk. Now that's to tell the controller that it's actually seeing two lots of data that have been processed and superimposed by the new technology of the tracker. WIN-370 tolerant radar together.
Sorry, Mr. Smith, I lost you then for a few moments. So I didn't catch what you said after you were talking about the data that it was showing relative to that track. It then cut out.
Okay, no problem at all. Apologies for that.
No, not your fault.
Effectively, what I was saying was that you're seeing a little asterisk there to denote the aircraft's position, but that's actually made up of two radar returns that have been combined, one from the primary radar from the Terma and one from the SSR field, in this case from Brownsfield. And the coverage on that close to the airfield drops out at round about 3,500 feet for us at the moment. And I'll just try and illustrate an example of that. So the Ryanair 74 Lima Zulu has both radar sources available to it, so which is why we've got a cross and a plus symbol superimposed on top of each other. Now, if Amy was to track west from that position with her cursor, you've got an S, and I think it's 729. My eyesight's not fantastic, which probably shouldn't tell you if I'm a controller, but you can see there's a single plus symbol. So that denotes that return, in fact, it's an SSR monitor, it's just there to tell you that the secondary surveillance radar is working correctly. It's just a single plus symbol. So that is just secondary radar that you're seeing there. And then if Amy was to track north of the airfield, you can see there's a text that says rescue. Now that aircraft is probably the Bristol's helicopter that's based at the airfield that conducts search and rescue operations on behalf of the Coast Guard. And its symbol is a cross. So that denotes that it's receiving, that's a single primary return. So you can see that it varies what you're seeing or what the system can process. But it's very detailed in terms of what it can tell you once you're familiar with the system. The other thing that's immediately apparent is that we can't see any clutter. Now, that's what we're aiming to achieve with this system. Absolutely. And Mr. Fido will speak more to that about, well, that's all well and good, but is it working as we intend it to? And at the moment, because of the regulatory processes and because of the sheer volume of paperwork that has to be generated, we're still in that process of making sure that we can actually even run the first part of the operational trial with this system to establish that it does what we anticipate it will do. We're hoping to get that done, as Mr. Thompson has said, as soon as we can, but it's not been done yet, and we are bound by the regulatory process and the timescales associated with that. Some of it, to an extent, is beyond our control. I'm not an expert on that, so I would imagine that maybe other witnesses will speak to that. But it just gives you an idea that this is not a straightforward process. It takes time, and whilst Mr. Parkinson says the chances of it not working correctly are low, and let's hope that's the case, we're still not quite there yet in terms of getting it fully operational. Now, by the time that the Sanker 2 wind farm is built, let's hope that that's the case. And I greatly welcome the fact that that the applicant has accepted the fact that the wind farm's in an operationally significant part of our airspace, or the airspace in which we provide services. I was going to say something else, but I can't quite remember what it was. Apologies. Is there anything else that maybe you would like to know from this clip? But I think the main thing is that we're not seeing any clutter anymore.
Could I just ask? Sorry, Mr. Brown, sorry to interrupt. Could I just ask a quick question myself, just a point of clarification? Obviously, you've presented here the video for the Watchman radar that you currently use, and you've got the Terma radar images for the same live moment, essentially. So, are you running both systems in parallel, but you're not relying on Terma yet? Is that the situation? Are you basically testing it out currently, and that's where these videos have been taken from?
Yeah, so basically what you have, sir, is in the radar room that we have an operational display which the controllers are using to provide services, which is based on the Watchman 511. And then next to that, there's a secondary display that they can refer to if they need to, and that's where I filmed the footage from for the 511 on that second display, which is located to their right by a couple of meters. And then beyond that, to the further right of the approach room, we have, of course, this equipment has all been set up and it's been in situ for a significant length of time, mostly from an engineering perspective, to allow them to test the system. The controllers have had some access to the displays to familiarize themselves with how to control the information they see on the screens, etc. But it's not operational as yet.
Okay. No, that's helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Sorry to interrupt. Mr. Brown, you're muted. Sorry, my fault for interrupting.
Sorry about that. If you're content, Mr. Smith, we'll move to the last video, which is
if the reporter has no further questions on that clip, that's absolutely.
Which is CD 1965. Now, again, just while we're waiting for that to load, we've had a difficulty in being able to play the sound which accompanies this, but if we listen to it in our own time, whose voice do we hear, or whose voices do we hear?
Okay, so in this instance, it's one of my colleagues, another controller, and again, the pilot of the aircraft, the helicopter concerned in this clip. The other thing to bear in mind is that I tried to sort of like bring forward a representative number of clips, and these may not necessarily be relevant to the applicant, but it was hoped that they would illustrate to the reporter the sort of issues we're dealing with at the moment, and we're hoping to mitigate with the new solutions. So to give them just give you a visual picture of what's going on as it stands.
All right, and it's a clip which is fairly short, but as it's played, what should we be looking out for?
Okay, so this is again, I mean, I tried to bring together some clips that were relevant in terms of where the aircraft were positioned in relation to the applicant's potential development. So we have the extended center line again. And the other thing I should mention is that this is a recording of a recording, if that makes sense. The other clips I managed to take in real time when I was present or when other controllers were controlling traffic. The audio quality is not fantastic. The video quality varies, and that's purely because I was using a couple of GoPros to do this. And due to technical constraints, and this came up at Clauchrie, and apparently, according to our engineering team, it's not straightforward to just pull footage off the recording system. So I'm afraid I had to go back through the data that the guys had gathered. We've submitted a document that has a list of the controllers just wrote down times when they saw aircraft or controlled the aircraft or provide services to aircraft when they were transiting through the red circle, as it were, where we anticipate the development may appear on the system. So it's not the greatest quality, and for that I apologize. There is, and I'm sure if the reporter wishes to, he can take some time to view these clips in his own time and see the differences between what we're using at the moment and what we're hoping to achieve in future. So in this instance, we've got an aircraft operating outside controlled airspace, so in Class G airspace, and it's about, the range rings are in the same place, by the way, so it's about 27 miles out and about 2 or 3 miles to the south of the extended centerline for runway 30. And it's not particularly clear. You could argue, in fact, that the clutter from the wind farms previously mentioned is easier to detect than the aircraft in this instance. It's a smaller aircraft. The other one was a 737. This is just a small helicopter. But if Amy was to play the clip, you'll kind of see how it's kind of right on the base of cover. And at this point in time, I think its level is 4,600 feet. So it's fairly high, but we're still only just seeing it in terms of radar coverage.
All right, and the helicopter, where is the helicopter going?
Yeah, so the helicopter is kind of just called up out of the blue, as it were, and it wishes to make an approach using our ILS system in order to break through cloud, and it happens to be the call sign is Helimed. Excuse me for a second. 6. Got a transcript somewhere. I mislaid it. Oh, here we are. So yeah, this is Helimed 76 Alpha, this aircraft. And the alpha denotes that you can find this reference in the local instructions, that any aircraft or Helimed aircraft that has an alpha as a sort of suffix to its call sign it's what's known as a category alpha flight. So it's responding to a medical emergency of some description. We're not privy to that information, obviously, but controllers are obliged to afford it as much priority as possible, except for other aircraft in an emergency situation. So there's a requirement really to kind of like facilitate this aircraft's flight as a priority. It's operating outside controlled airspace, but because by the very nature of their operations, they have to go to some pretty remote locations and pick people up and get them to hospital in as quickly as they possibly can.
So where is the helicopter going on this occasion?
So on this occasion, it wishes to make an approach using our ILS, which is a precision approach system, to make a safe descent, probably through cloud, in order to then continue visually, probably up the coast, past Irvine and onto the land at Rothsay on Bute, which there is no airport on Bute. So this is one of the ways in which it can get itself out of poor weather conditions and down to a position where it can continue with visual reference.
All right. And are you content that we just see this video now?
Certainly, I mean, it's maybe worth actually watching a little bit of the footage. It's a 2.5-minute clip, and
when we get to a point where you want it to be stopped to explain something, please let us know.
certainly, it's really just to illustrate the fact that we provide services outside controlled airspace in the vicinity of the proposed development. So therefore, a mitigation solution would be most welcome. And I appreciate that the developer is committed to that. So that's great. But it's just to allow the reporter to get a feel for where we are at the moment and where we hope to be in the future. So you can see, it's unfortunately you can't hear the audio, but at this point in time, the controller's having to do a little bit more work in order to positively identify that the pilot who's speaking to her is actually in that aircraft in that position. So she has to identify it using a different means because she doesn't have secondary radar available. And you can see there, if you pause it there, Amy, sorry, you can just go back very slightly. You can see that there were 4 question marks popped up. And Doug might be able to explain this further if there's a requirement to do so. But at that point, the secondary radar system at Brownsfield has probably just picked up a response from the transponder on the aircraft, but hasn't got enough data to establish what that information might be. And unfortunately, this is Brownsfield. So that aircraft's at 4,600 feet, and the SSR coverage is poor from Brownsfield. Lowther in this area, we'd anticipate no problems whatsoever. It would see it all day long. So if you play it on a little bit again, Amy, please. So the aircraft's called up for a procedural service. Now, we tend not to provide that out. We're not able to provide that service outside controlled airspace anymore. It's a regulatory issue. So we tend to provide the best service we can. So in this instance, the controller has elected to provide the aircraft with what's known as a deconfliction service. You can see the SSR starting to build there now. So there's a level associated with that return. And she has then provided this service, and the aircraft has requested vectors for the ILS. So the aircraft actually requests to self-position. Now the controllers decided that actually it makes more sense for her to provide the aircraft with a heading or a vector to allow it to establish on the ILS more expeditiously and arguably, so she has more kind of like, is able to provide a better service, as it were. So now you can see that the SSR is fully, but again, it's dropping out from time to time, but you can see the associated squawk, the 4-digit code. Now, these Helimed aircraft will all utilize the same squawk. It's permanently assigned to them effectively, and that avoids confusion and allows controllers to know exactly what type of flight they're dealing with, regardless of whether it's speaking to them or not. It's a helpful indication. In the same way that there are certain squawks that are allocated in emergency situations, so a controller can identify very quickly that something untoward is going on, even if it's not under their control, but may transit their airspace. So what she's done at this point is given the aircraft a heading or a vector to report established on the ILS, at which point the aircraft will then descend on the ILS. And the clip is only 2.5 minutes. I didn't really see the point in sort of playing it through, but just towards the end of it, the controller has to advise the pilot that the service will be limited due to the presence of wind farm clutter in front of its flight path. And she's obliged to do that because it's going to potentially impact her ability to provide warning on other aircraft that may be in the vicinity, bearing in mind that this is airspace that's not controlled airspace, so it's not necessarily a known traffic environment. As Mr. Parkinson said in his evidence, there is not really any requirement for aircraft to speak to us out here. This helicopter pilot has chosen to because he needs to avail himself of our ILS system. So it would be entirely inappropriate for him to fly on that system, to use that system without speaking to us, because for the most part it's contained within our controlled airspace, so he'd have to call us anyway.
All right, thank you very much. If that's all we require, Mr. Smith, I'll ask that we stop the screen share, and I've just got two questions for you after that. With regard to Mr. Parkinson's report, Mr. Smith, on page 23, at paragraph 9.5.
Again, I'm not sure if I have that. I don't know whether I need it.
Well, will I just read it to you and you can comment?
Certainly.
If you don't have it for you. At paragraph 9.5, Mr. Parkinson says, it is noted that DME, VOR and NDB navigation aids are available in addition to the ILS at GPA, and aircraft are also available to use GNSS-based approaches. It's therefore concluded that there are alternative navigational facilities providing satisfactory coverage at GPA, and that the ILS limit can be reduced to 33.3 kilometres or 18 nautical miles. And I would just like you to comment on that suggestion.
So I'm slightly puzzled because, as Mr. Parkinson said, he's of the opinion that the ILS, the impact on the ILS is 15 times below the recommended threshold for intervention in terms of mitigation. So therefore, if that is the case, and obviously there's some debate over whether that's going to be the case or not, it would be hoped that there wouldn't be a need to go down that path. Well, whilst you can operate with a localizer system that has that reduced range, I've no idea how much regulatory work would be involved in bringing that about, or the timescales associated with it, although I don't think it would necessarily be straightforward. And I think the ICAO document says normally 25 nautical miles is expected. And it says that if if there are topographical issues or it's operationally appropriate, I would think that would maybe tend to suggest that it would be, if you're installing a system and you come across issues, that they were like, well, actually, we'll let you reduce it to 18 miles because you can still work with that system, and we'll make that allowance as a regulator because of the terrain issues you have, for example. But to say that someone then builds a wind farm and there's kind of like, well, actually, that's not a big deal for you guys, I would argue it's maybe not quite as straightforward as that.
Now, Mr. Smith, just before I finish, is there anything else which you consider the inquiry should know at this stage?
Not off the top of my head, Mr. Brown.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Hardy.
Hello.
Hello. First question is, how long, roughly, would you anticipate cross-examination
Very
of
short.
Mr. Smith being? Okay. And do you have any documents that you would like us to open before we start?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
Over to you then, Mr. Hardy. Thank you.
Very, very short and documentless. I mean, all very interesting, Mr. Smith. I've only got one matter for you. That is, you're the senior air traffic controller. And I just want to understand the relationship that you have with Mr. Thompson. So Mr. Thompson describes his staff and in glowing terms. Absolutely. He is the manager of air traffic services. So presumably you report to him, do you?
That's correct. He would be my line manager.
Yes. And so in forming a view on withdrawal or objection to any planning application, then he will take his soundings, and that will include your views. No doubt everyone gets listened to, and then he comes to a view.
That's correct.
Yeah. So in saying that upon payment of £60,000, that would be sufficient to withdraw his operational objection. That would be, we can take, having taken all of the points that you would make into account, can't we? Because he would listen to you and then form his own view.
I'm not quite sure, is that one or two questions?
That's not a question. It's that in forming a view to maintain or withdraw an objection, we can take it, can't we, that Mr. Thompson will listen to all members of his team, and that will have included you.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. That's all I want to ask in cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Mr. Smith, just maybe one or two questions from me. I mean, from a layperson's perspective, in terms of as far as looking at primary surveillance radar screens, from viewing that, it looked like there is quite a significant improvement between the Watchman that you're currently operational with now and what Terma can offer. Do you have any residual concerns about what Terma will provide, or are you satisfied that with the optimization for the Sanka 2 wind farm, your radar screen effectively would stay clutter free and it wouldn't affect your day-to-day work, or are there concerns? So it's a kind of an open question in that sense.
Okay, you just froze there for a second, but you appear to be back. So I heard all of that. I'm just making sure that you can still hear me.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? And some of the arguments have been in relation to that. All radar systems, in my understanding, have limitations. I am not a technical expert. However, we do undergo some training as part of our initial training as a controller in the sort of theory behind radar and how it operates. It looks great. At the moment, what we're seeing looks pretty good. But as I said, we haven't been able, because of all the technical and regulatory processes, to actually start the critical phases, which are when basically the controllers sit down in front of it and pass judgment on it in terms of what they think it's able to achieve. So, as Mr. Thompson said, Steve said that it's initially looking pretty good. The range isn't as good as we get from the 511, but we can probably work with that if we can find some mechanism to use it in conjunction with a decent SSR feed. Now, Lowther provides that. Fortunately, we don't have it at the moment. So it's not just about the primary radar mitigation, it's about the other information that we also require to give us a robust system. And that's definitely a little bit of a work in progress in the background. So it's a difficult one to call until we've really completed the process. Now, in terms of the applicant's position, hopefully that will be concluded by the time they anticipate commencing construction, if that's what comes about from this inquiry.
Thank you. I don't think I've got any further questions for you, Mr. Smith. So thank you for what you've presented there. Mr. Brown, have you got any questions at all for re-examination?
No, I don't, sir. Thank you.
Okay. In which case, well, thank you very much for your input, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. So that brings us to the end of the airport's second witness. Obviously, we spoke earlier about whether or not we would have your third witness, and I advised that wouldn't be necessary today. So we will draw proceedings to a close in a moment. So we will recommence at 9:30 tomorrow, and it is. Just check my notes again. I'm expecting Mr. Kirkland first. Is that correct, Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Right, I've amended my notes correctly then. That's
Yes.
good. Are there any matters arising or any questions that anybody would like to raise before we conclude for today?
Just that one matter, so that Mr. Thompson was going to provide a little schedule of the probability of detection results from the initial assessment where it had been done. So if I could just remind him of that.
Yes, Mr.
Sorry,
Hardy.
Mr. Brown.
Sorry, I was just sorry to interrupt, but we've made a note of that, Mr. Hardy, and we'll get
Thank you.
that just as quickly as we can. Obviously, Mr. Thompson's participating in the inquiry at the moment, so it may be after Friday before we get that, but you'll get that.
Yes, I mean, as soon as we can. It'd be ideal if we could get it before, so that it can be subject of evidence, even if you needed to be recalled. But obviously, just as fast as you can would be good. Thank you.
Thank you. And sir, just in terms of witnesses, we have Mr. Kirkland for tomorrow, then Mr. Fido, and Miss Kilpatrick will be available on Friday.
Okay, so we will aim to hear the evidence of Mr. Kirkland and Mr. Fido tomorrow, but we're not aiming to hear any evidence from Mr. Kilpatrick tomorrow. Okay, that's clear. Lovely. Okay, well, thank you for your time today, and I will see you tomorrow at 9:30.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Bye-bye. Good night.
Good night.